Well, I see a few commissioners starting to come on. I see Commissioner Palazzolo, Commissioner Rahman, welcome. Commissioner Miller, welcome. Greetings, Doug Smith, Rudy Espinoza. Nice to meet you guys. You'll be up early on when we get to item 3A.
Perfect. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Welcome, Sergeant Aklufi. Del Wittig, welcome. Ms. Parson is on. Commissioner Scott, welcome. Commissioner Centeno is on, welcome. Deputy Chief Jacob, welcome.
Thank you.
Deputy City Attorney Ward, welcome. Good to see you.
Good afternoon.
I think we have a quorum, but we'll wait a few more minutes and see if we can pick up a few more commissioners. Everyone's expected.
That's right. Yep. My test, my microphone is working.
Ms. Parson, just to give you a heads up, after we call the meeting to order, I'll be asking you to explain how the translation technology works, and then maybe to remind people at various points in the call.
Sure, no problem. Just a second.
City Attorney Lawrence, welcome.
Thank you.
We'll wait till 5:35 and then we'll call the meeting. We do have a quorum. Commissioner Ramirez, welcome.
I'm going to change my quick.
Let me try that again. There you go.
Okay, Ms. Parson, let's call the meeting to order. And will you take roll?
Certainly will. Welcome, everybody. Commissioner Basari McLaughlin. Call one more time. Commissioner Basari McLaughlin. Absent. Commissioner Centeno.
Here.
Commissioner Cruz. A lot of people on, so I'm just double checking. Commissioner Cruz. All right. Commissioner Miller.
Present.
Commissioner Palazzolo.
Here.
Commissioner Rahman.
Here.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Here.
Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Vice Chair Devermont. Call one more time for Vice Chair Devermont. Okay, and Chair Brown.
I'm here. Okay, I think the first thing I'd like to do is, Ms. Parson, could you explain the translation services technology and how it works for anyone who may need that?
I can. We have a translator standing by with Lazar Translation. They will be creating a secondary audio channel as they get onto the meeting. They should be on shortly. In the meantime, if you're on and you need to make sure that you're getting connected to your translation, please email me at lisa.parson@santamonica.gov. That's Lisa, Lisa dot Parson at santamonica.gov, just to make sure if there's any problems that I can help troubleshoot with you.
Thank you. And I'll note that Commissioner Devermont, Vice Chair Devermont has joined the meeting. First order of
Good evening,
business.
Chair Brown.
Welcome. First order of business is to welcome our new ex officio member, Paul Winnemore, and I think he needs to be sworn in. Is that Ms. Parson? Maybe you can swear him in, and then we'll let him say hello.
That's correct. Welcome, Paul, or Mr. Winnemore. You'll have to tell us how you like to be called. In just 1 second, I'll read you the oath. This oath has also been emailed to you. Once you've completed it, please print it out, sign it, and mail it into City Hall. I've given you the address in the email as well. You ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, nice and clear.
Very good.
All right, repeat after me. I, Paul Winnemore,
I, Paul Winnemore,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission.
the duties of the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission.
Welcome to the commission.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Winnemore. Would you like to introduce yourself and say a couple of words?
Certainly. Again, Paul Winnemore. I'm the ex officio and non-voting member of the commission, which is created by ordinance. So this is apparently something new to not only the commission, but the city in this particular capacity. Presently, I'm working as a deputy Los Angeles city attorney, employed by the city of Los Angeles. And my primary area of practice happens to be in the area of police, civil liability, police policy and procedure, and police discipline matters. So I have some experience in that regard. I've been an attorney about 23 years practicing in this area. And I am looking forward to being of assistance to this commission and the community and developing a rapport between the SMPD and the community and to furthering the goals of the commission with respect to its oversight and reform duties. Thank you.
Well, thank you for being willing to join us and welcome, and we'll look forward to getting your wisdom and insights. Next, I want to acknowledge that Commissioner Basari has joined the meeting. Welcome, Commissioner Basari. And then I wanted to, before we jump into the consent calendar, I wanted to let commissioners know that by my estimate, we may have a lengthy meeting tonight. It could run over 4 hours. And so I just would ask us all to keep that in mind as we go through the different agenda items. It's not that we can do much about it necessarily, but let's all keep that in mind. So with that, let's move to the consent calendar, which has on it approval of the minutes from the January 13, 2021 regular commission meeting. Is there a motion to adopt the consent calendar?
So moved.
Is there a second? I see Commissioner Rahman seconded. Okay, Ms. Parson, can you call the roll on that?
I'm getting a message that I need to call for public comment.
Okay, you want to call for public comment on the consent calendar? Let's do it.
Checking for comment and seeing none. All right.
Okay.
And so we will now roll call to adopt the minutes. Let me add Commissioner Winnemore to the list.
Well, he's a non-voting member, so you don't need to call on him.
All right. Sorry, Commissioner Winnemore. Commissioner Becerra-McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Centeno.
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz. Still not here. Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner Palazzolo.
Yes.
Commissioner Rahman. Oh, we lost.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Vice Chair Devermont.
Yes.
And Chair Brown.
Yes. I got a note that people can't hear the translation. So, Ms. Parson, can you make a statement again about the status of the translation services?
Yes, and if you are getting a note from someone, can you please direct them to me? Because I think that's going to be the fastest way to fix
I
any
agree.
challenges. Any notes about missing audio, please send them to lisa.parson@santamonica.gov. And again, there should be a secondary audio channel available to you. And I would prefer to give the details to those who are using it. So again, if you can email me, I think that would be the fastest way.
Okay, thank you. So as we get ready to introduce the first study session item, I wanted to say that that this first item is an example of an important public safety matter that's arisen in the city. And from time to time, I think it's appropriate for our commission to provide a venue to air the issues and hear various perspectives about it. And so that's why this topic has made its way onto the agenda. I'll ask Ms. Parson to call the agenda item, and then we'll take public comment.
I will. I also saw Commissioner Palazzolo's hand was raised. Did you want to call on him before?
Yes, if the chair would allow me to ask a question.
Okay, we're kind of in between. There's nothing kind of pending, but if you've got something urgent.
Well, it's almost, I realize that there's a public safety issue dealing with the vendors. They're talking about.
This is about the agenda item. Wait. If this is
Yes,
about the agenda item, I think you need to wait for it to be called.
Wondering why really the agenda item is on the agenda.
Yes, that's not an appropriate question at this time. I noticed that Commissioner Cruz has joined the meeting.
I
So
noted.
for the record, Commissioner Cruz is now present. Ms. Parson, can you call the agenda item?
I can. Agenda
And
item.
Devermont is here as well.
I noted that for the record when he joined.
The gang's all here.
No harm in saying it twice, Chair Brown.
Everybody's here today. All right. Agenda item 3A. After this, I will pause for public comment. Pier vendors, discussion of public safety implications relating to micro vendors operating on or near Santa Monica Pier. Presentations by city officials or SMPD regarding issues and expected responses. Presentation regarding perspective of micro vendors and small business owners. And I will now call for public comment. Hold for public comment.
I see at least one hand up. Ms. Parson, why don't you call on the folks that are indicating they want to speak?
I'm doing both at once. There's people raising their virtual hands and people raising their real hands. So just keeping track. First up, I saw Rudy Espinoza, followed by Matt Stauffer and Hunter Hall.
Oh, and let me just, before we do that, let me just make a note for Rudy. So I have a couple of speakers, Rudy Espinoza and Doug Smith, who are going to speak after the public comment. And I've allotted them a certain amount of time. So Mr. Espinoza, if you want to just wait until that? I think that would be the better time.
Yes, I will definitely wait, Mr. Brown. I just have a question about interpretation. So there is someone here that speaks Spanish, is a monolingual Spanish speaker that's going to be part of it, but they didn't quite understand what the request was. And so it seems like we have to have her email somebody to get a special link. Is that the case?
Ms. Parson,
So
please, we haven't done this much, so I can understand that there's some challenges in getting it straight. So Ms. Parson, can you explain again the process?
When you log in, you should be able to see a secondary audio channel. If you're not seeing it, I should be able to give you a direct link for that person, but we can't use the chat in this meeting, so that's why I said if someone can email me, then I can send them that.
I'm happy to be a liaison there, Lisa. Would you send me your email? I don't have your email address, and I could do that.
Yeah, it's just lisa.parson@santamonica.gov.
Got it.
Mr. Espinoza, I'm sorry, go ahead, Chair.
We're doing public comment right now. Okay. So, Ms. Parson, you're in control of selecting the order of public commenters, and each person will get approximately 2 minutes.
All right. First up is Matt Stauffer. Next up will be Hunter Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sir. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, and thank you, Lisa, for managing the meeting. Matt Stauffer, I'm calling on behalf of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce. We represent more than 600 local businesses, including several peer businesses and associations. Many of our members who work or operate businesses on the pier have expressed their concerns to us about employee and customer safety presented by the unpermitted vending activity on the pier, including blocked entries and access ways and cooking with open flames and combustible fuels. We've also heard that the newly implemented Pier Task Force has made a significant positive difference in reducing these hazards, as well as reducing the illegal dumping of trash and cooking oils. To that effect, the Chamber encourages the city to continue the Pier Task Force to ensure public safety on and around the pier, as well as educate vendors about how to get permitted and where they can vend safely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next. Parson.
This will be Hunter Hall.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Hunter Hall. I'm the Executive Director of Main Street Santa Monica. Sadly, nobody who lives and works in Santa Monica will go to the pier anymore because it's just too dangerous, congested, and unpleasant. Employees on the pier feel unsafe, and so do many visitors. However, the great work the Pier Task Force has done over the last several weekends is a bright silver lining that we hope will continue. Let's be honest, we have some real problems. We're vulnerable. We have a lot of competition from neighboring cities and destinations. We need to be on the cutting edge of clean and safe initiatives to stay competitive and attractive to businesses, employees, and visitors. The city and all of its stakeholders should be investing as much time, energy, and resources as possible into keeping our biggest assets, which are basically our commercial districts like DTSM and the Pier, clean and safe for our residents and visitors. The BIDs, the business improvement districts surrounding DTSM and the Pier, which are Main Street, Montana, and Pico, are directly affected by what happens there also. I can tell you that all of us worry about unpermitted vending and the tangential lawlessness that comes with it encroaching on our neighborhoods this summer, which would be disastrous for our city. Up until recently, the city has taken a far too lax approach to these individuals who just don't respect the rule of law, but we are so happy to see the great work the Pier Task Force has done recently. So please, for the future of our city, commercial neighborhoods, and our residents, let's keep the task force to send a strong message that illegal activity and lawlessness will not be tolerated anywhere in Santa Monica. We support the police, the fire department, and the code enforcement in this initiative 100%, and they need your support too. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Parson, who's next?
Next up is Carlos.
Please go ahead, sir. You're on mute.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me this time to speak with regards to the public safety reform discussion taking place this evening. My name is Carlos Escobar, and I am the president of the Santa Monica Pier Vending Cart Owners Association. On behalf of our program and fellow owners, I would like to say that we, as a group, we stand in full support of the Pier Vending Task Force and related agencies that have helped to make a positive impact and when they are on the pier by returning a sense of public safety and security to the immediate area. Santa Monica Police Department, along with fire and health departments and code enforcement, are able to ensure dangerous food vending are not permitted, further keeping people safe from potential foodborne illness and disease. The collaboration of these different departments have the ability to affect safe and positive change, for which we are all grateful. I would also like to talk about the misconception that we are a non-inclusive as a group. The vending card program was designed specifically to enable small, locally owned, non-formula businesses to operate on Santa Monica, creating a direct reflection of the diverse and eclectic demographics of the area. Of the program, 10 are owned by foreign nationals who immigrated to the United States, and only 2 are American-owned. The fact that 12 cards are represented by 11 different nationalities is a testament to the vision of the program. Again, we stand in full support and gratitude for the Vending Task Force. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Parson, who's next?
Sorry, next up is Jim Harris, followed by Nathan Smithson.
Okay, please go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. First off, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for picking up this item tonight. I am Jim Harris, the Executive Director of the Santa Monica Pier Corporation, and I'll be echoing a lot of what's already been said, but I do want to emphasize that every business on the pier, every licensed vendor, street performer, everyone is very appreciative of the work that's being done by the Pier Task Force. Before the implementation of the task force, many of the Pier's licensed vendors and street performers shared that they were growing increasingly concerned about the intimidation and threats due to the growing number of unpermitted vendors. It was becoming untenable with so many unpermitted vendors blocking entrances, walkways, fire lanes. It was difficult to serve visitors on the pier. However, since the launch of the Pier Task Force, we have seen a dramatic change on the weekends when there is a strong presence at the pier and surrounding the pier. We greatly appreciate Santa Monica Police Department, Santa Monica Fire Department, and code enforcement's approach of education plus safety-focused enforcement. Keeping the pier clear of unpermitted vendors ensures emergency access, fire lanes, and entrances are no longer blocked, creating a safer environment for everyone who's working and visiting the pier. We have also appreciated the prompt action for any unsafe, illegal behavior that directly risks individuals on the pier and ensuring the safety of every person on the pier. This time of year, when we have the least amount of visitors, is, with the exception of this Super Bowl weekend, is a great time to be trying this. But we really want to encourage the city to continue to prioritize the presence of police, fire, and code enforcement as spring break and summer approach quickly, and our city and pier will soon be welcoming many, many more visitors. We all want a safe environment to work in and enjoy here in Santa Monica, and the work of the police and city is a critical component to making sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Parson, who's next?
Next up is Nathan Smithson.
Please go
Hello,
ahead.
yes. I hope my microphone's working. Yes, my name is Nathan Smithson. I'm here representing the 33 merchants that work on the pier, including 13 mobile vending cart businesses. Like the speakers before me, I'm here to support the Vending Task Force and the efforts being made so far. As Jim mentioned and Carlos mentioned, Santa Monica created a cart vending program in 2001. The program that exists and has existed for the last 20 years on the pier provides guidelines for vending on the wooden pier and other downtown Santa Monica locations. That includes limitation on the number of carts allowed in crowded areas like the pier boardwalk. Once those spaces are filled, it's too crowded to safely accommodate more vending carts. In the last few years, an out-of-town group of vendors have come to started working on the pier about 5 years ago. They didn't have any permits, and they've slowly been pushing their way onto the pier, starting at the beach, then the stairs, then onto the boardwalk, using the Sidewalk Vending Act, SB 946, as well as disruptions to the pier operations brought on by COVID as an opportunity to assume positions on the pier and ignore Santa Monica's decades-old guidelines for best vending practices on the wooden boardwalk. Anyone that's visited the Santa Monica Pier prior to the pandemic and then returned last summer after we were allowed to reopen can attest to the stark difference in the pier experience when there are just 15 vending carts operating on the pier versus the 60 to sometimes 90 different vending carts that were operating on busy weekends just this past summer. Prior to the formation of the city's vending task force, non-permitted businesses outnumbered permitted businesses 3-to-1, selling everything from $10 hot dogs to bootleg merchandise, marijuana edibles, even beer. The Santa Monica Pier is not unique in this. Similar pop-up markets have been showing up in San Francisco's Pier 39 and San Diego's Gaslamp District. The pier cannot be Avenue 26. There's only 5 ways onto the pier, and with tens of thousands of guests on a warm summer evening, there's simply not enough space to accommodate 100 food carts with fire underneath them without fire extinguishers or even running water should, God forbid, something get out of hand. The pier merchants are pro-street vending. We're pro-vending rights. We have vendors in our organization. But the protests that happened at City Hall a couple of weeks ago do not represent the pier vendors or established vending community in Santa Monica. The company that hired the lawyers and have groups that have exhibited aggression towards the small mom and pop operators on the pier, the police officers who are working to keep the pier open and accessible for everyone, and any pier guest that questions why they're blocking a pier entrance, blocking a staircase, or hustling them $10 for a $2 hot dog. We are concerned that the organization that has these vending activities happening on the pier and they're lobbying.
You're running out of time. Your time is a little bit over your time.
Time is up. All right. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Parson, who's next?
Misty Kearns.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. I apologize. I'll try to make it brief. I know you've got a long evening ahead of you. I'm calling in as first a resident that loves and cares about my community, and also as the president and CEO of Santa Monica Travel and Tourism. And we applaud the city of Santa Monica's commitment to the health and safety of our residents, employees, and visitors. The newly formed task force has been instrumental in helping to educate as well as enforce the city's safety laws and ensuring safe sidewalk vending practices across our community. We've seen the efforts being made on the pier, and it is making a difference, as there has never been sidewalk vending allowed on the pier for safety reasons. The role of the task force is crucial to holding individuals accountable who continually ignore or violate city rules, putting the safety and health of our residents, visitors, and employees at risk. Santa Monica has embraced safe and responsible vending for 30 years, and the task force is not only working to protect their rights, but also the safety of the employees and other businesses on the pier. We look forward to the task force's continued commitment to the pier experience, and our beaches and responsible vending businesses are more than welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Parson, who's next?
Cynthia Anderson Barker.
Hello, everyone. I'm one of the attorneys that volunteers working with street vendors in Santa Monica, and I was part of the press conference 2 weeks ago with the vendors who were telling their story. I think the big picture here, however, is the vendors need a place to sell that's safe for everyone and that serves everyone's interests that have just weighed in here. I have a document that we prepared last summer, and it's called The City of Santa Monica's Treatment of Low-Income Street Vendors. And it documents many, many kinds of civil rights violations, handcuffing of minors, use of force by law enforcement, etc. And it's pretty horrifying to read these stories, and also the kinds of fines that are being levied against the vendors, $800, $1,000 fines. So the purpose of writing the report, though, was to document what's going on the ground with the law enforcement task force. And then we've circulated to a few of your members, and we can circulate to the rest of your commissioners recent violations of due process and civil rights. But that's the small picture. The big picture is Santa Monica looking at a place for the vendors to be and sell safely that serves everyone's interests. So I was talking to a lieutenant in the Santa Monica Police Department. He was very sympathetic to the plight of the vendors. He didn't want the police to be enforcing these kinds of violations. And he said, he walked me around the parking lot, the north parking lot, and said, here's some safe areas where we usually park our cars, but maybe the vendors could find a place here. So all I'm suggesting is that let's work something out that helps everyone and benefits the vendors and the community and the businesses on the pier. If you please, I'd love everyone to read this report, and you can read some of the pretty compelling stories of how law enforcement has targeted, harmed, and injured many of these vendors during this joint law enforcement task force. So that's my ask. Just read the report.
Thank you. Ms. Parson, who's next?
We do have one caller who I believe is waiting for Spanish translation. Our interpreter is having technical problems, so we may need to call them in a little bit. Other than that, there's no other people waiting.
Okay, let me just check with Ms. Tarosis on whether she was planning to make public comment or.
Sure, Chair, I can make a comment now if that's the appropriate time before our invited guests speak. Would that make sense?
Sure.
Great.
3 minutes.
Sure. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carolyn Tarosis. I am an elected commissioner on the Santa Monica Rent Control Board, and I'm here in my personal capacity. And this issue is really important to me personally, but I think more importantly, this issue is indicative of how we view ourselves as Santa Monicans. I moved to this city because I was proud of the diverse coalition of businesses, workers, residents who care about economic mobility and social justice. And sidewalk food vending provides an opportunity for our entrepreneurial residents, some who are members of our community, to build their business and support their families. Many of these folks cannot access the traditional economy. And in 2018, as one of the commenters stated, we ended decades of economic exclusion in the state by providing access to street vending and decriminalizing street vending, but it still remains very inaccessible to many, as Ms. Anderson-Barker stated, excessive permitting fees, exclusive for those at higher rungs of the economic ladder, incompatible design standards for our carts, and really harassing behavior by the authorities. Thousands of low-income entrepreneurs help our neighborhoods come alive by providing culturally significant food and vibrant opportunities for tourists and our residents to eat and enjoy our areas. And I believe that it's important to put the city and the needs of our city first. It's we, not me, not what's good for me or what's good for our business, what's good for our city. We want to be viewed as in the region. And I think to have these overly punitive measures, these videos of our police coming and treating our vendors as subhuman, whether or not they have permits, is unacceptable. And some of the blatant harassing tactics, throwing away of food when these folks are just trying to make a living for their family, is really unfortunate. This is not the kind of city that I want to live in. This is not the kind of news coverage I want to see about our city. And I think we need to return to an informed and civil discourse. And so that's why I've invited some folks to speak with us who have been working on this issue for years at a statewide level, who are really the experts on this policy issue. And so, George, I'd love to be able to turn it over to them because they're so gracious in taking of their time tonight. We have our experts, and of course, we have a member of our vendor community.
Thank you. So that's the end of our public comment period, Ms. Parson. Mr. Deputy City Attorney Ward.
Thank you, Chair Brown. I realized earlier you expressed an intent to give invited speakers additional time. However, anyone who does provide comment does so under public comment and is therefore restricted to the amount of time given to those who are providing public comment. There are two ways that you could potentially allow for more time. First is you could suspend the rules in your bylaws which limit the amount of public comment to, I believe, 2 minutes, or you can allow them the public comment under the prescribed amount of time, close public comment, and then if members of the board or commission have questions of those commenters, you can pose questions specifically to them. But anyone who does comment either does so as a member of the public under the public comment rules or as a member of the board or commission.
Thank you. Thank you for the input. So we've done this before in a study session, and the agenda indicated that there would be invited speakers, and they're appearing as experts. They're not appearing as members of the public. And so I invited these experts to come and help us have a study session so that we can learn a little bit from their point of view on the issue. And that's the capacity in which they're speaking. So what I'd like to do is start, I think, by asking Deputy Chief Jacob whether you could say a few words about, from the SMPD point of view, just tell us what's happening, because we're all here to really to learn and get a sense of what's going on. So just, I know you weren't necessarily prepared to give a presentation, but just like from your point of view, what's going on?
Right. So I wasn't prepared to give a presentation. So I think we're going to wait on public on doing a presentation, because the city is doing a presentation at the next council meeting, February 22nd. So everyone should attend to that as the city makes its presentation to council about exactly what we're doing and how we're doing.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, I'd like to call on Doug Smith, who's an attorney with Public Counsel, and Rudy Espinoza, who's with a firm called Inclusive Action, I believe. And they're going to give us their expert input and on the issue of peer vending. So I've asked you to spend up to 10 minutes doing that, and if you would, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Chair Brown. And I do want to just clarify before we jump into it, there is a third member of our invited presentation group, who's monolingual Spanish speaker. So she should be part of our group for this 10 minutes. I'm not sure. It seemed like we got an email that perhaps there were some technical difficulties with the interpretation. So I just want to make sure that she's.
Is she on the line at all?
She is.
She's on the.
Yeah. She's here. I did correspond with Lisa offline via email, and there was some technical difficulties. I don't know if Ms. Parsons has an update.
Ms. Parsons, any update?
I do not have one. We are still trying to figure out why our interpreter cannot get into the meeting. I've also seen if they can just join as a participant and just do line by line translation. So that's what I'm working on now. Okay.
So Mr. Espinoza and Mr. Smith, would you like to proceed? And if we can't get your other person, then, just have to chalk it up to technicalities, and my apologies.
Well, Doug, I don't know what I could do, Mr. Brown, if it's okay, is if you could offer us maybe a few minutes, I could do some live translation for Medellin. Her part of the presentation is critical because she's a street vendor and would offer some insight.
I'm okay with that. And how do you want to do this?
What I'll do, Doug, go ahead and kick off the presentation. And then Medellin, ¿sí me oyes? ¿Sí me oyes? So yo voy a traducir para ti cuando estés lista, ¿ok?
Ok, muchísimas gracias.
And when she's ready, she can turn her camera on.
Perfect. And thank you, commissioners, for helping us sort this out. Like Rudy said, it's really important to hear from the folks that are working and pursuing this. So good evening, commissioners. Again, thank you so much for inviting us. My name is Doug Smith. I'm a supervising senior attorney at Public Counsel. We're a civil rights and pro bono law firm here in LA County, and I also teach a clinical course at the UCLA Law School. And in both of these capacities, I've worked very closely with street vendors. And I'm going to be joined tonight by my colleagues, Merlene and Rudy, who you've briefly, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves when they get going, but I just wanted to start by thanking the Commission for inviting us here to share our perspectives. And I did prepare a couple of brief slides, so I'm going to see if I can make their screen function work. Can folks see the screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'm going to keep it brief. We want to start the conversation with the truest expert on street vending, Merlene, who's a working street vendor and a leader in the. She's going to share some of her experiences, trying to build her business and navigating different challenges. And then Rudy's going to jump in and give us a history of our coalition and what we've learned about criminalization in the economy over the last decade of work. And then I'll close it out by sharing some strategies that we're currently working on to keep chipping away at this issue and strategies that we think are particularly suited to help Santa Monica address some of the challenges that you heard earlier during. So if that all sounds okay, I'm going to hand it over to Merlene to kick off. Merlene and Rudy.
So Merlene, si te quieres introducir, por favor, y hablar sobre tu experiencia como vendedor ambulante.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Merlin Alvarado. Soy una vendedora ambulante.
Sorry. Good evening, everybody. My name is Merlin Alvarado. I'm a street vendor.
En el área del Paseo de las Estrellas de Hollywood.
I'm a street vendor in Hollywood on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Y el día de hoy les quiero hablar de mi experiencia personal con el hostigamiento.
Today, I'd like to talk to you about my personal experiences with harassment.
Yo trabajo en el área de Hollywood aproximadamente 10 años.
I worked in the Hollywood area for 10 years.
Y tengo como unos 16 años de ser vendedora ambulante en la ciudad de Los Ángeles,
And I have 16 years of experience as a street vendor in Los Angeles.
Y en el 2018 que la ley de venta ambulante SB 946 pasó.
In 2018, when Senate Bill 946 passed,
mi área de trabajo quedó excluida de esa ley.
My type of work ended up being excluded by that law, food vending.
Y eso nos trajo demasiados problemas a todas las familias que trabajamos en Hollywood.
That exclusion brought us a lot of problems to a lot of the families I know that works in Hollywood.
Porque empezamos a sufrir hostigamiento por diferentes entidades del gobierno.
Because we began to experience harassment from various government authorities.
Las multas incrementaron de una manera de 1 o 2 diarias.
The fines were amassed and they accumulated, sometimes 1 or 2 a day.
Lo que yo quiero argumentar con mi historia.
What I'd like to tell you with my story
es que los vendedores no somos un problema de ninguna área.
That street vendors are not a problem in any area.
Somos parte de esas áreas.
We are part of those areas.
Tanto los vendedores de Santa Mónica como los de cualquier otra área que quedó excluida de la ley.
Just like the vendors in Santa Monica and other vendors that were excluded by SB 946.
Somos personas que merecemos respeto al trabajo que hacemos.
We deserve respect and honor for the work that we do.
Porque el trabajo de nosotros es tan importante como el de cualquiera de los que está sentados aquí.
Because the work that we do is just as important as some of the work that we all do or that you all do.
Porque con nuestro trabajo nosotros mantenemos a nuestras familias, a nuestros hijos, le damos un techo a nuestras familias.
And because with the work that we do, we also take care of our families, take care of our kids, and put a roof over our heads.
Y yo pienso que cualquiera de los que estamos aquí trabajan por su familia, porque su familia esté bien.
And I know that everybody here also works to ensure that their families are okay.
Mi trabajo es tan respetable como cualquier profesión.
My work is as honorable as any other profession.
Nosotros somos vendedores ambulantes porque muchos vendimos vendiendo de generación en generación.
Many of us have been vending for generations.
Y traemos un poquito de nuestra cultura a estos lugares.
And we bring culture to the communities in which we work.
La gente se emociona mucho cuando llega a un lugar y se puede comer un plato típico de su país que no se lo esperaba encontrar en ese muelle o en esa calle.
We bring food that some people have not tasted since they were in their home country.
Yo les pido a todos los que están sentados aquí
I'm asking for all the people that are seated here
que vayan al muelle, que hablen con los vendedores de Santa Mónica.
I'm asking that everybody that's here go to the pier and talk to the vendors that are there.
Que no los miren solo como un problema, que dialoguen con ellos. Detrás de cada carrito vendiendo en el muelle hay una familia que sobrevive por eso.
I encourage you to speak to the vendor, understand what they're going through, and get to know the families that they're working for.
Muchos somos madres solteras, personas de avanzada edad que no pueden conseguir trabajo en otro lugar, que tal vez tienen alguna discapacidad y por eso no pueden conseguir un trabajo de full time en una compañía.
Many of them are single mothers, people that cannot get a full-time job to take care of their families.
Más que hostigamiento necesitamos educación.
What we need is not harassment, but we need a pathway. We need respect.
Porque las entidades que llegan con nosotros son agresivas.
Because the tactics that are being used are aggressive.
No saben cómo dialogar con nosotros. Para ellos el diálogo es darnos un warning o darnos un ticket.
The authorities don't know how to dialogue with us. Their language is simply a warning or a citation.
Y eso es un acto como muy cruel para nosotros porque estamos trabajando por nuestras familias.
And this is a cruel act because we are trying to work for our families.
Muchísimas
Mr.
gracias.
Espinoza, if you could try to wrap it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Medellin. Thank you, everybody, for listening to that. I know it took a little bit longer because we didn't have the interpretation services, but we appreciate your time. Her story is really important, and you'll find if we take into account Medellin's a recommendation for us to go speak to vendors directly, you'll find that many of them are just like us. Many of them are entrepreneurs, and that was the beginning of this campaign. If you look at the photos here that were taken over the last 12 years, this campaign came out of the work that we've done, the LA Street Vendor campaign came out of the realization that many of the street vendors in our region were entrepreneurs and hardworking people that were trying to take care of their families. Folks, my name is Rudy Espinoza. I serve as the Executive Director of Inclusive Action for the City. We're a nonprofit organization that works with all types of small businesses. We're a lender and we provide low interest loans and coaching to street vendors, but also brick and mortar businesses that can't get loans. So I know there's probably some entrepreneurs here in this meeting. If you guys, I'm here to help all types of businesses, but we've been so inspired by vendors. We are part of this coalition of many organizations that has worked for over a decade to ensure that micro entrepreneurs like street vendors also have a pathway. We agree with Medellin that the street vendors are small business owners, that they are workers just like many of us, and that they deserve a pathway, that we should not always seek cruel tactics to take them out of our streets. But if we embrace them as entrepreneurs, there's a lot of opportunity that can come to the neighborhoods in which they work. And that's really sort of the perspective of the campaign. And so these are some of the historic photos of the advocacy work. The first legislation that we helped pass and introduce was in 2013. And then in 2018, we were successful in not only helping to pass Senate Bill 946, which Medellin talked about, but we also helped create a system within the city of LA that we continue to monitor and continue to tinker with to make sure it is supporting micro entrepreneurs. Next slide, please. But as Medellin said, there's a lot of issues that street vendors are facing. And when we were advocating for that state policy, before Senate Bill 946, the reason for this state law was really clear to us. Vendors were experiencing severe penalties, 6 months in jail for selling fruit, for example, $1,000 fines. Many of the vendors, as Medellin was sharing, were getting an accumulation of fines that they really couldn't come out of. So there were poor workers that were being, entrapped with more and more penalties. And because they were not able to work, we were seeing that the thousands of entrepreneurs in our region were having a hard time getting housing. They were having a hard time getting capital to support their businesses. They were having a hard time keeping their jobs. And because of some of the criminal penalties that were being issued to people, this is before 2018, we were seeing that vendors were also being threatened with deportation. They were being arrested. And as Cynthia Anderson Barker, the volunteer attorney that's on site working with vendors, as she noted, in the documents that she submitted to your commission, you'll see the stories in the cruel acts that some authorities are using to push out these workers. So when Senate Bill 946 passed in 2018, it was a huge win. It was an important milestone that was really respecting the opportunity of street vending, about what would it look like if we really helped entrepreneurs, micro entrepreneurs like them, these hard workers that want to take care of their family, join our formal economy.
Okay.
I'll pass it over to
Mr.
Ted.
Espinoza, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up there, and maybe you and Mr. Smith could stick around in case commissioners have a few questions.
Mr. Brown, we just have one more slide, sir, and just because the interpretation took double the time, if we could just get 2 more minutes.
Quickly. Yes.
Sure.
Sure, and I can jump in and try to wrap this up quickly, but appreciate the opportunity to have Merlene speak, even though it took a little bit more time. So I just want to underscore what Rudy was just saying, that we're in this very fragile moment where we have created an opportunity for economic inclusion, for vendors to come out of the shadows, join the formal economy, but that's a fragile moment, and we need to treat that delicately, and we need to lead with creating opportunities, not heavy-handed punitive enforcement, which is really only going to help or have vendors who are maybe on the fence about whether they want to come into a system that admittedly has been stacked against them, help them join the system and join the rules and regulations I'm into putting together. And so we've been monitoring this issue closely. After SB 946 was adopted, we were seeing, and before the pandemic hit, we were seeing merchandise vendors come into a system, seek permits, and adhere to local rules. But we were also seeing a big logjam occur with food vendors. And so we wanted to figure out exactly why that was. What were the exact legal barriers that were in place? And so my organization, Public Counsel, we teamed up with a clinic at the UCLA Law School to do that deep legal analysis, that research, and to figure out exactly what was creating these barriers. We released a report in August, and I would be happy to share a link. It's very long, but we also have a nice short executive summary. And I know we're short on time, so I won't spend a ton of time outlining, but I just want to say top line, we have a scenario right now where we are demanding sidewalk vendors follow a law that was never meant to apply to their business, right? So this is a state law, the California Retail Food Code. It applies to all food sales, but it was written when street vending was still illegal, when sidewalk vending was still illegal. And so the law was written with food trucks in mind, large catering trucks. It was never meant to apply to small scale sidewalk vendors. And as a result, it's literally impossible to approve most sidewalk vending operations because this law that applies to them, it just wasn't written with them in mind. And so after releasing our report, we've been hard at work. We've been talking to public health professionals, talking to vendors. We've been talking to stakeholders from local jurisdictions across the region and coming up with solutions that center economic justice and public health. And so just this morning, I'm really excited to share that just this morning, Senator Lena Gonzalez introduced a Senate bill that is going to address these challenges and is going to remove some of these barriers, Senate Bill 972. And so I just want to end by saying that this is where we need the energy, right? This is how we solve the challenges facing Santa Monica, reducing barriers to participation, not criminalization. And at the state level, that's what SB 972 does. At the local level, we can think about things like putting real investment into education, not just a flyer that says that the pier is off limits, but actually connects vendors to resources for micro entrepreneurs. We can build the capacity of community-based organizations who can work with vendors to build systems and trust. We can find ways to make it economically attractive to participate in Santa Monica's regulatory. And I'm saying all this not to try to redirect attention away from the city's challenges, because those are real challenges, but this is most directly responsive to them, right? It's if we focus on bringing vendors into a system, if the concerns are with unpermitted vending, as we heard so often during the public comment, then what better way to solve that problem than by helping vendors get permits? And so that's what I want to leave you with, right? Santa Monica's challenges are real, but criminalization has never worked. Economic inclusion, while perhaps takes a little bit more time and effort, it does absolutely work. And so we're focusing on removing those obstacles and opening those doors. And we would love for the Santa Monica Police Department, the city, our local elected leaders to join.
Okay. Thank you for those remarks. If you would pull down the screen share, and commissioners may have a few questions if the two of you can stick around for a bit. So I saw Commissioner Palazzolo trying to get in. Please go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, we've just spent about an hour listening to what really amounts to as a PR campaign, something I don't think was appropriate for this commission. The closest thing that I heard that might involve this commission, maybe sometime in the future, is that Attorney Anderson Barker stated that she had documented civil rights complaints. I would just suggest that maybe she have her clients file those complaints with the police department, and then whatever happens with those is something that this commission can deal with if it is found that our police department, in fact, did violate people's rights.
Commissioner Scott, did I see your hand up? Commissioner, Vice Chair Devermont, please go ahead.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you from me to the guests. Extensive presentation. I do appreciate it.
Back to video.
It was an extensive presentation.
But I think I have to have that on for some reason.
If you're not speaking, everyone, please go on mute. Okay, Vice Chair Devermont, please
Thank you.
Go ahead.
It was a good presentation. I do appreciate it. It was thought out. It was thorough. I certainly appreciate the legal analysis. I have a few questions for a few guests. One for Deputy Chief and the other for Mr. Smith. I'm not sure. Is it okay if I ask? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Deputy Chief Jacob, are you? So you mentioned that there was a presentation by the city. When is that presentation?
February 22nd.
And who is giving?
Council meeting.
The council. Do you know who's giving that presentation?
Various city departments. It'll be a group of city departments.
I know it might not be your department. Do you have any idea if it's possible to get that presentation from before the commission?
Yeah, we're not putting it together, but I can surely ask and see what we have.
Thank you. I always think it's good to get as much information as possible. Mr. Smith, SB 972, where is that bill currently, if you know?
The bill was introduced this morning, and so it will be available online tomorrow. You should be able to take a look at it. It was just introduced this morning.
Do we have a time projection as to when we can expect it? Assuming it is passed, makes it through the Senate, up to the governor. Do we have a time frame that we could expect it if it is passed, that it would be passed?
Yeah, so if it'll make its way through the legislature, and if it passes both houses and gets to the governor's desk, it will be signed by the governor in September and then go into effect January of next year.
Okay. I want to focus on Santa Monica, if I may, just because that's our jurisdiction a little bit. I'm not sure you're aware of the dynamics out here. There's a lot of talk about permits. Some vendors have permits, some vendors don't have permits. on the face, it sounds reasonable to say, get a permit. Is there a reason why getting a permit or complying with permit requirements is difficult? That might kind of illuminate what the issue is for me, because I don't know.
Yeah, it's a perfect question. There are many reasons. I will send over the report that outlines all of them, but I can give you a couple in the interest of time, some of the big ones. So if I'm a sidewalk vendor and I want to sell non-food merchandise, I have a relatively easy path. I can go to the city and I can get a permit. It's not too difficult, not too burdensome. If I want to sell food, the city of Santa Monica will not issue me a permit unless I first go to the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health and get a permit from them. And they will only issue me a permit to sell food if I can show that my operation complies with every requirement in a state law called the California Retail Food Code. This is a law, as I was mentioning, that was written when the only mobile food sales that were legal were big trucks. And so all of the requirements that law imposes apply to big food trucks and restaurants. So if I'm a sidewalk vendor, I have to have a 3-compartment sink. I have to have 20 gallons of water. Depending on what I sell, I have to have mechanical overhead ventilation systems. And pretty soon what that means is that the only cart that I can get approved is actually bigger than the sidewalk and too heavy for me to put. And so I literally cannot get a permit from the county as a sidewalk food vendor, which means I cannot get a permit from the city of Santa Monica.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Do you know, you might not, obviously the cities, LA, Santa Monica, whoever might come out, they might issue citations. Do you have any idea, they could then look to the city attorneys, I'm assuming they're not felonies. Do you have any idea the percentage, or if any at all, are actually filed upon and prosecuted as misdemeanors? Or are they infractions? I don't know. How many are processed and prosecuted?
I don't have data for Santa Monica specifically. Cynthia Anderson Barker might. What I know is that there is a disconnect between the SB 946 regulations, which say that Santa Monica enforcing its local rules should issue non-criminal administrative citations, fines, but not misdemeanors. The California Retail Food Code, on the other hand, says violations are a misdemeanor. So if a vendor is charged with violating Santa Monica's local ordinance, they would likely be charged with an administrative citation. If a vendor is charged with violating the county's rules, they might be charged with a misdemeanor. And then the third sort of layer is that Santa Monica does have an ordinance about combustible fuels near the pier. And so if a vendor is found to be violating that ordinance, they would also be charged with a misdemeanor.
I don't know if I can ask Ms. Barker because she's not a guest, she's a public comment. I don't know if it's appropriate.
Okay,
No,
sorry.
you cannot.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't think so. So you said obviously you don't for Santa Monica. What about, let's say, for the city of LA? What is are these prosecuted or are they infractions? How is this handled in the courts after the police issue the citation and move on?
It's the same story in the city of Los Angeles. So some vendors are cited with administrative citations, but if the Department of Public Health comes out, and what we've seen increasingly is the County Department of Public Health coming out with sheriff's deputies and issuing misdemeanor citations for violations of the California Retail Food Code.
But are they then prosecuted? Does the city attorney file on this? If you know, you might not.
Yeah.
And I understand if you don't, it's kind of an odd niche. Does the city attorney, and if you know the percentages, does the city attorney then file on those as misdemeanors?
And I would defer, obviously, to Santa Monica City Attorney on how this works in Santa Monica, but my understanding is that if it's an administrative citation, that's typically prosecuted through the city attorney's office. If it's a misdemeanor, that would go to the district, the DA, who would decide whether
the
to
city,
prosecute
okay, the city attorney. Okay, all right, fair enough. I think my last question is, trying to think of it. So I do a lot of criminal defense work, and my issue would be, or my question to you would be, at this point, whether the law is just or not, it is the law. what is it then in the face of that? What is it then that you are suggesting, or do you have a recommendation as to how to make this happen in the face of what is, it seems to be undisputed as to is its legality? Maybe you could help me come to terms with that.
Yeah, I think what we're recommending and what we're encouraging is that the whole city family, and there's a peer task force that I think is convening experts from the city to come together on this, is to focus on helping vendors get those permits and come into the system. And so rather than focusing energy on adding criminal citations, which are only going to push vendors further and further away from ever participating in the economy, they're only going to trap them in unending cycles of fines and fees and all of the collateral consequences. Focus that energy on things that can remove barriers to vendors getting permits and finding success. And I think I would think about that at two levels, the state level and the local level. At the state level, support SB 972, advocate for those changes so that vendors can come into the system. At the local level, think about places where vendors can safely work in the city. Set aside space, work with vendors to build their business, help vendors think about how they can be prepared to get those county health permits once the state law changes, build that trust so that when there are no longer any barriers to vendors getting those permits, they're going to be prepared, they're going to be ready to hit the ground running, and they're going to have a sense of trust with the city. I think in many ways it comes down to this, again, this very fragile moment where we're doing, it's not an easy task to formalize an economy that has been informal for generations, right? And so that takes great care, and it takes a lot of trust among a population that doesn't necessarily trust these systems because historically they've been stacked against them and they've been the source of great harms. And so this moment is a great opportunity to use that discretion not to issue criminal citation, but to use that energy, use that prosecutorial discretion, use that discretion that you have, and invest that energy into building those relationships, building that trust, and bringing vendors into a system so that when we remove those barriers at the state level, they can hit the ground running.
So I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying, because SB 927, as you said, is about a year off, assuming it passes. What you're saying now is not necessarily prosecutorial discretion, but arrest discretion within the hands of the people on the ground, the police. You're saying to not enforce the violation of the law in the hopes or expectation that reform will come. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yeah, and I would point out that the city of Los Angeles has actually adopted an enforcement moratorium, recognizing the barriers, that it's unjust to cite vendors for violating a law that they literally can't follow. So there is an enforcement moratorium that the city of Los Angeles adopted with these barriers in mind.
So thank you, and I'll end with a comment. I'm Jewish, and if you go to New York, you go to Philadelphia, you go to Baltimore, there's a lot at Jersey, there's a lot of restaurants, and a lot of those restaurants are owned by Jews. And if you trace that lineage back, these family restaurants, a lot of them, and I mean a lot of them, started by a person, man, woman, with a cart. Sometimes actually serving hot dogs, sometimes doing sandwiches. One cart turned to two carts, turned to three carts, turned to four, turned to a restaurant. And there you have, I don't know, Katz's Deli, maybe. I don't know.
Thank you.
Is this the modern day adaptation of that? Possibly.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Maybe likely. 1 second, but I will say that you've given me a lot to think about, and I thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Well, thank you. I may not be as eloquent as Commissioner Devermont, but I'll give it a good college go. First off, thank you so much, Ms. Alvarado, for sharing your story. I think it's always great when we can hear someone who's on the street, and then just even from an entrepreneurial perspective, economic inclusion, creating opportunities for wealth transfer. That is something that our under-resourced, marginalized communities desperately need. How are we to even go about or think about coming out of that area of where we are unless we do create opportunities for ourselves? So I respect and I appreciate her journey and many others that are that you represent, Mr. Smith and Mr. Espinoza. With that, I have, I guess, a couple of questions. Number one, with respect to harassment, that also appears to be one of the issues. And I think Ms. Alvarado mentioned it a little bit. Do we have any type of a number on the street vendors who've said or who've issued any kind of complaints? And what is that experience like as far as them even issuing complaints of being harassed during this task force process? That's my first question. And I guess my second question regarding that is with respect to having, quote unquote, I always call it cultural competency, right? So we'll look at it as cultural, social, linguistical competency in enforcing this type of measure. And maybe actually this question really goes to Deputy Chief Jacobs with respect to our law enforcement officers trained with that type of a competency as they try to go about enforcing it. I just want to make sure, when we talk about unconscious bias and looking at all the ways of de-escalation, I'm just wondering if there's anything in place for that social, cultural competency as they go about trying to enforce, as we just mentioned, this type of a law. So I guess we'll start with you, Mr. Smith or Mr. Espinoza. Do we have a number on the folks that have been harassed, and then how has their complaint process worked?
Commissioner Scott, I'll just share that I know that the National Lawyers Guild did submit some materials for this commission that has some really specific stories, and it has some of that data that you're looking for. So I just kind of, in the sake of time, just sort of note that. And then as far as cultural competency, I know that some of the vendors that I have spoken to that work on the pier had very specific accusations related to some of the officers. One in particular that was actually named that was saying, speak English, we speak English here, things like that. That were really jarring for some of the entrepreneurs that were experiencing this. But I believe a lot of that is probably in the National Lawyers Guild documents that were submitted.
Right. And so I guess just a quick follow-up to that. Do we have, because I know it was mentioned, I actually have browsed through there, do we have the number of minors that were, that were arrested or harassed? I'm just trying to just do a little deep dive into what this framework kind of looks like.
I see.
And I know Cynthia's struggling over there. I see.
Yeah, it's 3. But which is we shouldn't even have one. Is my opinion, Commissioner. Right. But yeah, the National Lawyers Guild documents that were submitted are really good. Yeah. Have a lot of good content.
Okay, so thank you for that. And like you said, I'm appalled. Being a mother, I'm appalled at one. Right. So just even putting a number to that. So I guess then, and thank you for those. Thank you for those answers. I guess, like I said, just going back to social, linguistic, cultural competency, and perhaps, again, that's another suggestion, right? I'm just trying to figure out the thought here on what we could look at or what y'all would like to see. And that's my last question. Mr. Smith, you're shaking your head. Do you have some thoughts on that?
Just to say that I think it's a brilliant idea. I think cultural fluency is the thing that we talk about a lot. It's one thing to change the laws, and that's part of our work, but there's also a culture change we need to be thinking. Vendors were not allowed and banished and excluded for a long time, and we're opening up a new chapter. And so that requires us to rethink how we engage this community, and in particular, a largely immigrant community that may have legitimate and genuine apprehension. It's all the more important to be leading with that cultural fluency and that trust building as the criminalization, which is exactly the opposite.
Thank you. Sorry for cutting you off. Commissioner Brown, if you will, I have one more question, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay. And this goes, I guess, to, again, I just hearing a lot of the previous comments that were made regarding safety on the streets, on the piers. I'm just wondering, again, when we talk about safety, how much of that crime is, and I don't know who's going to have the statistics on this, and maybe that's something we'll see in the presentation later, but how much of that crime that quote unquote has gone up is directly related to the vendors, right? So I guess, because again, we've heard these comments, and I'm just wondering if we have any kind of numbers with that, like, was there a fight between vendors after this? Like, where do these numbers come from, And I don't know if you have that answer, but I'm posing that question. Okay.
Commissioner, I'm not sure if that was a question for us.
Well, I didn't know if y'all had an answer to that, or perhaps Deputy Chief Jacobs did, but I was just wondering if we had any numbers on that. That's all. Poor Ms. Barker over there.
I think there will be. I don't know if that will be included in the presentation to council, but it's something that I can definitely ask and see if it will be. Sure, get back to you.
Thank you for that.
Commissioner Rahman, I think you were trying to get in. You're on mute. Now there you
go. Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, this is definitely when you bring up the California Retail Food Code and the LA County Health Department. So Santa Monica is a charter city that falls under the LA County Health Department, correct? To approach the LA County Health Department with this?
Yeah, absolutely. We have been having conversations with the LA years at this point. And my organization, Inclusive Action for the City of Rudy's organization, we're part of actually a pilot program at the county that the Board of Supervisors adopted to bring together the Department of Public Health, street vendor advocates, other stakeholders to look into these issues and to try to find ways to remove barriers. And so we, as part of that pilot program, have been meeting frequently with the Environmental Health Division of the Department of Health. We have also been meeting with having frequent meetings with what's called the California Conference of Directors of Environmental Health, which is a group that includes the health departments of every county across the state. Because as we're thinking about the state retail food code, we need to understand what's happening in Los Angeles County, but also in rural counties and in other parts of the state. So we've been meeting with those departments of public health as well, and getting their input as we craft proposed.
Thank you. And to date, are we the only city that you have this issue with, or is like Beverly Hills, the neighboring cities, West Hollywood, do they allow for, are they more, are they easier to deal with than the city of Santa Monica?
I'll say this, and maybe Rudy can jump in. But the challenges, the barriers to getting for vendors to get permits, those exist across California because that's a state law. In terms of criminalization and issuing criminal penalties and the sort of leading with punitive enforcement, we are seeing less of that in some other jurisdictions. And I mentioned in a previous answer an enforcement moratorium that the city of Los Angeles took the initiative to adopt, trying to recognize the unjustness of pursuing these types of penalties while there's barriers. So I think there are models to look at where local governments can continue to pursue compliance with their rules, but in ways that don't require criminalization.
And just to put a finer point in it, Commissioner, Santa Monica is among the most aggressive cities when it comes to this. And I understand that there's even new policies that are being enacted by the city to offer and issue misdemeanors to street vendors for a variety of different issues. And misdemeanor penalties, these criminal charges, are really, really harsh penalties, especially for immigrants. because it could really prevent them from seeking citizenship and permanent residency.
All right. I really want to thank our. Oh, you have another question? Please go ahead.
I just have one more question. So, my question is, you mentioned minors working the food vendor stalls, right? Mr. Smith? Mr.
I think that was a question from another commissioner. And my understanding is, and I'm not privy on all the details, but my understanding is that there may have been some citations issued to minors. But that actually came up from a question from a different commissioner.
Okay, I was just wondering how work permits for minors work, but that's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Is Vice Chair Devermont, are you wanting to speak a second time?
Yes, real quickly. I heard a mention of an officer yelling, "Speak English" or something else. Who spoke to that? If you don't mind raising your hand. Did I hear that correctly?
That was correct. Yes, that was me. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Espinoza, was that Santa Monica PD?
Yes.
Is that on film?
It could be. I'm not sure. It was. This is something from a dialogue that I had with street vendors and hearing what they were experiencing. It may be in the NOG documents, actually. Some of that.
Okay. Do you know, other than that, what was said? I mean, the conduct in its entirety. If you could just very, very briefly tell me.
I think that the conduct was statements like that were sort of condescending and racist, and I think that the people felt disrespected.
Okay, thank you so much. Was a complaint filed, if you know?
That's a good question for the National Lawyers Guild, and I think she's nodding her head, so I believe there was.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and thank you to everyone. All
right, I want to thank you, Mr. Espinoza and Mr. Smith and Ms. Alvarado. You provided. Okay, I've got one more commissioner who wants to get in, so I'll hold that and go to Commissioner Centeno and then Commissioner Cruz. Go ahead.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Thank
Centeno.
you. Thank you. I really wanted to kind of get through this agenda item since it's just taking up a lot of time, but a lot of information that came across, and I think this is kind of indicative of an example of an evolution that goes on within our society for which there are no real easy answers, and ultimately what happens is the police get sucked into providing public safety in an area really they shouldn't have to be doing, and then pretty soon the police become the focus of the harassment and the excessive enforcement, et cetera, et cetera. And so, you have very, very clear public safety dangers when there's such a high concentration of vendors being allowed to go on the pier with open flames and propane tanks and food that hasn't been properly either cooled, frozen, or cooked, and no safeguards and checkpoints to make sure that that is all happening like they do with the restaurants that are on the pier. And, this is a lot like what was going on back in the 90s when the 3rd Street Promenade opened up and you had all the street performers going in down there. And so pretty soon street performers are looking for that key spot to make the most money, and they're fighting over that spot, and the city developed some guidelines and some codes which then permitted the street performers to go down there, and it seemed to quell problems that were going on. But inevitably the police got sucked in. I got a question for the police department if they're still on. What is there beyond not the permit, for instance, or selling without a permit? What other criminal behavior have you been able to identify that has taken place on the pier on the part of vendors that is not the typical, well, you're cooking food and or you're serving food, or is there alcohol related? I heard something about alcohol. I know that San Francisco people are selling alcohol shots when the police aren't around. Are there other criminal activities taking place on the part of vendors that you're aware of? And I'll just throw that out to any of the police representatives that are on.
Thank you. It's a good question, but again, the City of Santa Monica departments will be having a presentation to council first about all of these things and about the Pier Task Force and everything that we're coming to. So to be fair, I would just like to wait until the 22nd to answer those.
Okay. Then I would just throw it out there that I'm sure there's probably more types of criminal activity that's taking place on the part of the vendors that is not being reported here. I know it's certainly being reported in San Francisco. Again, some of the things that I've said, alcohol sales to minors, alcohol sales, period. Who knows? Or perhaps even drug sales. I don't know. But I know that when you're not regulating something, when it's a free-for-all, all you're asking for is some problems, and ultimately you're bringing the police department in to try and protect the public safety, and ultimately the police end up being the bad guys. I heard one of the vendor representatives says all they want to do is be able to dialogue with the police. Dialoguing with the police on the Santa Monica Pier on a Sunday afternoon when there's thousands of people there is not the place to dialogue. And all you're asking for is for emotions to get stirred up and people to start taking sides. And pretty soon, the aggression and the antagonism and the anger is going to be directed to the people that are just trying to do the job of responding to the concerns and the complaints by the businesses that are down there, the Chamber of Commerce, all the concerns that have been expressed vehemently and articulately to this commission today. They're just trying to address that. And so I commend the police department. I think this discussion certainly needs to be taken further, but I don't know that this is really the place to do that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Cruz, please go ahead. You're on mute.
All right. Thank you. Just wanted to point out a few things, make a few statements as I listened to comments this past hour. Certainly, it's important to recognize as to whether or not, we're being frank with this agenda item in regards to the purpose of city officials, county officials, law enforcement, whomever, wanting to displace the street vendors from earning some income. I'm reflecting back on the Twilight Series concerts that took place over the past, 20-something odd years. Last handful of years, you've had thousands of people on the beach, sand, bottles of alcohol, smoking cigarettes, smoking weed. Granted, I don't smoke, I don't drink alcohol or anything like that, but I'm not naive as to what those things are. Yet, we're talking about public safety. You got thousands, hundreds of people under the influence of substances and who knows what else. Right? Why was there continuity in allowing this to happen in front of law enforcement? Tens of thousands of dollars being spent to ensure public safety is at hand, yet the culprits were right in front, before their eyes. What we're doing here, I think, is, well, I don't think, what we're doing here is attacking the most vulnerable, those that do not have a voice, political voice, And I applaud the efforts of the nonprofit agency, public, excuse me, the nonprofit law organization. Forgive me for not being able to identify the name. However, there's a number of other things that haven't been underscored. If somebody's street vending, there's a reason for that. More often than not, in fact, studies have shown, and the professor at UCLA in urban planning, who has written extensively on history of street vending, historical up until the present, and these individuals are generally people with very minimal education. Some are undocumented, and the majority of these people have families. I suppose the best way to understand without feeling any empathy is to try to imagine your own mother at the Santa Monica Pier attempting to earn some money to feed you. Perhaps then you'll look at things a little different. It's always ideal to go through the channels, acquire a permit, pay the fee, and so forth. But I think it's also important to understand that, again, these individuals generally have a mistrust of government, given the previous administration that was in office gave a license to a number of people to speak very candidly about undocumented people in this country. In fact, undocumented is the correct word to use when identifying someone that doesn't have the proper documentation in terms of being in this country. The word that was generally used was illegal alien. What do you do if, in regards to someone that doesn't know how to read or write, has the language barriers in terms of not being able to speak the English language, transportation, in terms of getting to and from a location to acquire the permits? Of course, I understand that given the COVID disruption, everything's been done online, but nonetheless, in terms of visiting the county office or city office, I do not know if that would be essentially necessary. All in all, the street vending situation or issue or challenge is an important one. And whether we're here for an hour or 5 hours, we're talking about the livelihoods of people and their families. If you look at it in that way, perhaps there'll be a level of understanding. We all live in Santa Monica. Living in Santa Monica is not cheap. I'm sure many of you earn a handsome salary. When you're making $30,000-$40,000 a year, if that, and have several children to take care of, there's some discrepancies there in terms of a lack of understanding. All in all, again, just being very candid, are we necessarily concerned about these street vendors not having permits, or are we concerned about public image and the revenue that the city of Santa Monica generates based on tourism? See, I've been all over the planet. I've been to nearly 30 countries. And when I visit countries, I book my itinerary myself. And everywhere I've gone, I've patronized street markets where you have peddlers, you have street vendors. And for me, there hasn't been a time where I think, or it even dawns on me as to whether or not they have the proper permit to sell their products. Certainly, it's always important to be cautious about anything you eat and anything you purchase. You can walk down the street to an undisclosed supermarket, and there are rodents at night that roam around once the doors are locked. I've seen them, been documented, yet it's allowed to happen. General public knew about this. Would there be a concern? Would this concern be as high of a priority as we're dealing with these street vendors? There's more to say, but all in all, I think I've covered my bases. Thank you.
You, Commissioner Cruz. I see one commissioner who hasn't spoken yet. That's Commissioner Miller. So please go ahead, Commissioner Miller.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. I'm very moved by this discussion. I appreciate Commissioner Cruz's comments, particularly his comment about devotion of time and the importance that this commission and the council and that public comment, the opportunity for hearings like this provide for community members to give input, for us to sincerely take it in, and for us to all learn and contemplate best solutions to a pretty complex and multifaceted problem. I appreciate all of the vendors that took the time to speak tonight. And yeah, thank you for and to Chair Brown for his leadership in making sure this made it onto the agenda and received this rich discussion. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. I am going to wrap things up because we've been at this quite some time, and everyone's had a chance to speak at least once, some more than once. I really appreciate both Mr. Espinoza, Mr. Smith, Ms. Alvarado, all of the public commenters on all sides. I think this is something that we as a commission ought to be doing, that is having a full airing of important public issues that people are concerned about. So really a deep appreciation for you all coming here tonight. With that, I'm going to move to the next agenda item. So thank you very much and good night.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Parson,
Thank you.
Please, can we call the next agenda item?
Complaint intake process from Vice Chair Devermont from the Accountability Systems Committee. Discussion of proposed reforms to the complaint intake process. Draft proposal attached, and I will call for public comment first. And I'm seeing none.
Okay, there are no people who are prepared to give public comment on this particular agenda item. Yeah. All right, Vice Chair Devermont, is your topic? Please go ahead.
So the Accountability Committee on November 18th. I submitted a report. I don't know if the commissioners had a chance to look at it. We had a hearing, for lack of a better term, regarding the processes and adjudication of complaints that are submitted to SMPD. And we identified some areas where SMPD is doing well and others where it's could stand for some improvement. Of the areas that we identified, we made some recommendations. One of the things we noticed is that the process or the tracking ability of complaints that were going to be submitted had some flaws. In other words, if a supervisor determined that there was not a policy complaint, nothing was filed, nothing was tracked, and there was no record kept of it, from what I could tell. This is obviously an issue, as supervisors, it left the supervisor with unchecked discretion and an inability to essentially audit attempted complaints or whether proper policy and procedures were being followed in taking in complaints. So one of the things that we talked about was creating, the SMPD should create a system to track that. To their credit, out of that hearing, I've been informed, and maybe someone else could speak to this if they so desire. It appears that they have taken this to heart and are starting to make efforts and take steps to implement a system that will do that. Similar, one idea that's been put forward is similar to Santa Monica's 311 system. You have a tree branch that falls on the road, you call 311, a record's kept, everything happens. Another issue that came up is that the idea of a form. Santa Monica did not essentially have a complaint-specific form. It was a blank form with a narrative, or you just talked with a supervisor. The committee took this in, heard it, and has recommended that a form be developed with a number of very specific, very direct questions, including, does it concern a specific officer? Does it concern a policy violation? Does it concern a crime? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to help adjudicate, and then a narrative. After that, to make sure a proper investigation, a supervisor or an investigator would take this form, or IAD would take this form and ask questions to see if there's anything else that should be included. SMPD has started to create that form, from what I understand, and I'm very happy about that. Also, we talked about a way for, and there might be privacy issues with regards to statutory law, that the complainant could track the processing of the complaint from submission to process to fully adjudicated. It is our opinion that a complainant should have the ability to know what's going on within the confines of state law until when and if it does change. Whether that could be done online is a question that is difficult to answer. Ideally, it would be. However, obviously, an officer shouldn't know until it's absolutely necessary who's complaining about them, and there needs to be protection of the complainant. And allowing it to be checked online might compromise that a bit. It might just have to be a simple phone call to a specific number to an investigator, an IAD, to see the status of that complaint. SMPD, my understanding, is working on that as well. There was also an issue with regards to proper training of taking in complaints. There have been reports, and actually there are 2 videos which are in the report that are put on YouTube. One is a couple years old. It's of a man who goes into Santa Monica PD, says, I want to file a complaint, is told that it can only be done online. That person asked to speak to a supervisor, is told that there is no supervisor, supervisor's busy. And when that when that officer is told that they'll wait, the person ended up waiting over 3 hours, and I don't believe ever spoke to a supervisor, who never came out. That person asked for a form, was told there is no form, was handed a list of procedures for filing a complaint. That list of procedures says it's ideal for complaints to be filed in person by a supervisor. There appears to be either a training issue in that video, or at worst, at least an effort to avoid the complaints. In a subsequent video, which occurred last year, this officer in that video obviously conducted himself more professionally. A request for a form is given, if I'm correct, and the officer comes out and says, with the form with instructions, says here's how to file a complaint, but eventually and pretty quickly actually goes and gets his supervisor, and that is handled. An issue in that video is that when the supervisor comes out, it appears that the process, or it appears that one of the ways that complaints are ended up not being filed is the supervisor hears it and says, is it okay if I just talk to the officer, and no complaint would then be filed, although it might go into what is called a living entry, which if there's multiple living entries, that could result in a referral to IAD. In the end, I will tell you that the commission did discover flaws, but optimistically, I will tell you that it appears, from what I can tell and from my conversations with SMPD, that a lot of them are at least being addressed, and that SMPD at this point is making good faith efforts to resolve, has taken in and honestly recognized these areas of improvement, and is taking good faith efforts to improve them. I don't want to leave anything out. The report, I believe, is 7 pages. One thing that I did find, or that I was happy to find out, is that one of the most consistent member of IAD is actually not a California peace officer, but a civilian, allowing for a little bit, hopefully, of detachment from the necessary brotherhood that exists in police departments. Attached is to the agenda is the report. Attached is the current form, which I believe is being looked at to be improved. It is fairly new as well, and it also gives instructions and talks about the policy statement that Santa Monica PD has with regards to filing complaint. With that, I would turn it over to anyone else that wanted to speak on this issue. That's all I have for the moment, Mr. Chair, but I'm happy to answer questions, and that's all.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. Well, a few things. Could we clarify where we are in this process and what's being expected of us relative to this document? So the document and the Vice Chair's presentation seem to be a blending of both a recitation of the committee's recent experience, his critique of conversations and material, and then some recommendations as to what a policy should be. So I'm wondering where are we in this process? Is there a vote being contemplated? And if so, is the vote about this whole document, or is the vote about specific recommendations? Could the chair or vice chair clarify?
I'll start by saying that this is a study session, so in this particular agenda item, there's not going to be any action items, but let the vice chair respond.
So my response would be that first of all, it's not my report. It is the committee's report coming from the Accountability Committee is the findings of the committee. We took into account SMPD's participation. I will point out that they very readily participated, very actively participated, and were very transparent. I will tell you that. And I very much appreciate it. I believe the committee very much appreciated and respected that, not just in the committee meeting, but actually even subsequent to that. I was very pleased with that. This is a study session. I believe, and the chair can correct me if I'm wrong, later on in the agenda, it could be deemed to be an action item under the Accountability Committee report. I thought that's what we did. I will state that, yes, the committee has made to this commission, has submitted the report to the commission for its consideration. The report is intended to be submitted eventually to City Council upon a vote of this commission. This commission is free to obviously edit it, offer suggestions, and do as it wishes. Probably not in a study session, but in a different item. That's my understanding, and Chair Brown can correct me if I'm wrong.
Thanks. If I could just continue on from that, then the document does make reference to. So I appreciate your point that this is not your work product, but the committee's work product, and that it's then being brought up to the commission for consideration. But the document makes reference to the PRC, it names this commission and then states these are recommendations of this commission, as opposed to recommendations of this committee being brought up to the commission. So as the document continues to be workshopped around, I would request that maybe you clarify that. A couple other quick comments on content. I'm sorry, sir, you seem puzzled. Did you have a question about what I'm suggesting?
Yes, maybe I'm unclear. So the committee has submitted the report for the commission's consideration. The report is intended to be a draft for the commission to possibly send to City Council. Therefore, we wouldn't write it on our behalf. We wrote it to be submitted to the commission to later then possibly submit it to City Council in a separate agenda item.
Great.
If that makes sense.
It does.
And Mr. Ward, I think, has his hand up.
And this is
yes, let's let Deputy City Attorney Ward weigh in, and then we'll come back to you, Commissioner Miller.
I'm sorry, you want to go
Chair
to
Brown
and back to me? Is that what you're saying, sir?
Yes. I'm going to go to the Deputy City Attorney and then back to you, Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Brown. So my understanding, based on the way that both agenda items read, both in this section as well as section 10, is that it would be a report to the commission on the status of the work. It is not particularly agendized as an action item to be transmitted to council. The items either under the study session or, as is usually the custom under section 10, would have needed to be agendized as a report transmitted to council. And I would also just note that under the language in the ordinance, there are noticing requirements that must take place prior to any report being transmitted to council.
Thank you so
and
much.
Just to clarify that on Deputy City Attorney Ward, you're referring to the requirement that any recommendations of the commission have to be preceded by 72 hours notice to a number of people, but is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and this particular report was posted probably yesterday, so we probably missed that 72 hours. But thank you for that reminder, Deputy City Attorney.
Thanks, Chairman. And I don't mean to be. I think the floor is back to me.
And then it's back to Commissioner Miller. Yes.
Thank you, sir. And I don't mean to be either unkind or too technical, but I think that just using a prior committee work product as an example, when the ad hoc committee studied the OIR report and then made recommendations up to this committee, I think we worded our work product in a way that reflected that's what we were doing, as opposed to speaking for the full commission. But I understand that everyone's operating in good faith, so I just want to express a preference on that point. The second thing I would just offer to the Vice Chair is there's about 4 or 5 uses of the word citizen or citizens in the document. And I'm sure it's not intended to be insensitive, but I think it is. And I think that the citizenship status of a complainant or someone who has an experience with the SMPD really is not relevant. It's really their status as a member of the public. And I'm sure you agree. So if you could take that into account in your final draft. And one other language suggestion, when reference is made to race or gender, as you reference it, Vice Chair, in your item 7, could we be a little bit more inclusive on that point? And can we include perceived gender, sexual orientation, and perceived sexual orientation? And I think those are my comments for the moment. Thanks so much. At its core, very good recommendations, and I appreciate the core of the document. Thanks so much.
Mr. Miller, where in the report did you see mentions of gender, if I may? Just tell me.
Sure. It's on, not sure of the page number, but there's a listing of 1 through 9. And in item 7, you're suggesting the wording be, does your complaint involve a violation based on race or gender? So I would.
Oh, so you're saying, got it. Okay.
Okay. And then citizenship piece, that appears about 5 or 6 times in the document. Right. Okay, thanks so much.
And I would just state one thing that, anyway, go ahead, never mind.
Okay, any other commissioners wishing to speak on this item?
I have my hand raised.
Okay, yes, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Devermont. I have a question regarding...
Your volume's a little bit low, so I don't know if you're...
Oh, really? Oh my gosh, can you hear me now?
It's a little better, yeah.
I feel like Verizon. So I have a question regarding the living entries that you mentioned. And I was wondering if there's like a threshold, right? Because it says if enough living entries are compiled to draw a picture. So I'm wondering what quote unquote enough is, what constitutes enough, that threshold. And then if during your investigation you found that there were a number of officers who had that quote unquote number of living entries, not naming names, but just general specifics around that.
So it's funny you mentioned that, because I believe we have another action item with regards to the Inspector General that I put in that could actually find that out. I don't have access. I don't have the ability to audit, and that's actually why one of the reasons why I put forth the Inspector General to go and audit and find that out, because I agree that's important. The living entries, I needed some clarification on this, and perhaps Deputy Chief Jacob, if I misspeak, he could clear it up. But my understanding is if there is an actual breaking of the law or policy violation, it does get referred to IAD. But if it is something short of that, like a name tag issue, while sitting in, and I don't know if even this that might qualify, but something that doesn't necessarily broach that level, it could go into a living entry. And what we were informed is that enough living entries may cause the attention of a supervisor to possibly pass it on to IAD. One thing I did forget is that the possible tracking system, which may be implemented, it was conveyed to me. IAD would possibly be alerted when the complaint is filed. They would have the ability to look at them and audit it and reach in and grab if they so desired, which I found to be very, very important. You see, in my report, I mentioned that all complaints should be directly sent to IAD. This is a way that it does. What's being told to me, and I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest, is that it doesn't get referred to IAD, but IAD could always gets notified of its existence and then can track it. If I'm saying anything wrong, Deputy Chief, please correct me.
You're kind of there. So the living entry file, that happens for minor violations. So if an officer shows up 5 minutes late for roll call, that doesn't go to IA. They were late. So instead of, and they were talked to by a supervisor, if they're spoken to by a supervisor, that gets written down, and they are advised of a positive or a negative living entry file. That file is then checked on that particular person. If enough of those are checked, or that person moves watches, and then he shows up or she shows up 10 minutes late to another one, and then another one again, and now the employee has a history of being tardy, that then could be moved on into an IA complaint for tardiness. That kind of makes sense.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because I too really was a little uneasy and struggled with it. If a civilian comes in and alleges excessive force, racial, gender, perceived gender profiling, false police report, intimidation, that would go straight to IAD. Am I wrong, Mr. Deputy Chief Jacobs?
No, you're correct. Even if we can prove it didn't exist there, if there's an allegation of policy, an allegation of procedure, or an allegation of the law that happens, and if proven true, if the event proven true could result in discipline, that is automatically sent to IA. And so we're talking racial profiling, sexual assault, excessive force, that's straight to IA. That makes sense.
And that's why I put on the IG item, because we know this, or we've been told, the IG can actually go and verify. I can't, because of statutory law.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you.
I believe I saw Commissioner Centeno trying to get in. Is Commissioner Centeno, did you want to comment?
Yes, thank you so much. I think that's a great report on Commissioner Devermont's part. Thank you so much. I think that shows that the accountability subcommittee really is kind of moving forward, and I look forward to the continued work. And I think that this really does fall in line with where the OIR report and how this using the IG can get us to that next level. I think the police department has been very transparent and forthcoming and cooperating and wanting to work with the commission. And so I want to highlight that and commend the police department. I have a question, and perhaps, I don't know if this is to perhaps Chief Jacobs and to Commissioner Miller's comment, the word citizen. I know it's always been in there. I don't remember, to be frank, but did that come from language that was in the penal code with regard to personnel complaints or citizen complaints, and then it was transferred over to policy in the department?
I'm sorry, sir, you broke on the word. What word?
Oh, the word that Commissioner Miller brought up, which I think is a valid point. It shouldn't be limited, but the word on our citizen complaint, the word citizen, as opposed to civilian, or perhaps maybe external versus internal complaint. Did that derive and originally come out of the 832.7 penal code section, or personnel complaints, how they are categorized, and inadvertently, or without really thinking about it, brought into the policy of and description in the department's policy?
That's exactly it, sir. And as Commissioner Miller was bringing it up, it rung bells in my head that that's probably something we need to go back and look at and change. So thank you for that.
Yeah, great. Okay. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
And just to interject, my use of it in the report, and I very much agree with you, Mr. Miller, Commissioner Miller, that has to be corrected. I thank you for pointing that out. That goes back to, I guess, the law school lawyer portion in me, where we talk about the citizenry with regard, and that's kind of where the term kind of comes from in my head. But clearly, in a policy document, or really any document, we have to be mindful of who makes up our population and make sure that everyone is treated fairly. And I agree with you, and I thank you for pointing that out.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any other commissioner questions or comments here? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Vice Chair Devermont.
If I may.
Sure.
Thank you. Sorry. So just if I may, I intend to take the suggestions, make certain corrections, those that were offered, and I do intend, or the committee intends to then offer it as an item to be submitted, to be considered for submission to council. I will be sure that we dot the i's, cross the t's this time, and I thank you all for those that gave input, and my committee for all their hard work. Thank you all so much.
Let me, that triggers a question I have, Vice Chair Devermont.
Sure.
When you said it's going to be a recommendation to council, I'm wondering if it's the case that SMPD agrees with the report, is there any reason it needs to go to council? I just haven't fully, thought through. Under the ordinance, we can make recommendations to a lot of different people. We can make it to council, we can make it to the city manager, we can make it to the department. I'm wondering if you thought about how we might do that in this case, depending on, if we have things where the department agrees with us, then do we make a report to council or not?
So it's an interesting question. I hadn't thought about that. I will tell you that every time Deputy City Attorney Ward pops up, my pulse skips a beat. My blood pressure rises a little bit. He gets that look of concern on his face, like I'm about to do something. I hadn't thought about that. If SMPD, who, as I said, has been very open to our suggestions and is looking to improve the areas we identified, would it need to go? I don't know if it would. I would say pending audit by the AG or the IG, maybe not. If the IG comes back and says, hey, look, this is all happening, this is all real, maybe not. Maybe it could just be kept within the...
I will say that, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but I will say that we don't agree with everything in the report. There's common sense things that we can definitely reach that make sense for the police department that we don't need someone to tell us about, like changing the word citizen and doing those things. So those common sense things we will absolutely make, and we do listen and we do hear, and that a lot of the things that we have done so far have spun out of these conversations. If they make sense, then we do them. That's what we do. So I think I'm happy to work with, and I think we're happy to work with the IG on this particular issue and see where we get. And then once everything is put together, and then the IG can make recommendations, and you guys can make your recommendations after that. But I think there's a work in progress, and I think that there's a willingness to show some work on this. So I'm happy to keep working on it and include Commissioner Devermont in those and the IG in those meetings if that's what the commission decides.
And I do want
City Attorney Ward, were you trying to pop in here and say something?
I was just going to add a clarification that it's the commission as a whole, as a body, that retains the authority to submit its recommendations to council, the chief, or the manager. So the step of having to take the committee's report back to the commission as an agendized item for approval and then transmission to either council, the manager, or the police chief would still need to be done.
Okay, thanks for that. Let me ask you a follow-up question to that, Deputy City Attorney. There's this sort of interim stuff that I could imagine happening before we got to that deciding point, and that is what we do want to do is have a process of engaging with SMPD about ideas. And so if we have a draft coming along, is it appropriate to engage back and forth with SMPD to see, get their input and thoughts and things that they are going to change along the way before we get to a point of the commission voting on a draft proposal? And I'm thinking that as a result of that engagement, you might end up changing the draft. But so can you comment on that a little bit if you understand what I'm asking?
I think I do. My only response would be if that engagement comes as I believe it traditionally has through this standing committee, that it be done at an agendized standing committee meeting. If the intent is for the engagement to occur with the entire commission present, that it be done at a regular or special meeting of the commission.
I got it. So if I understood what you just said, you're saying we need to be doing this in public, and it's either going to be at a standing committee meeting that's been agendized or at a full commission meeting that's been agendized. But it's okay for us to get SMPD input as long as we do it through those mechanisms. Is that right?
If by input critique on the draft report or
Yes.
to provide answers to questions raised by commissioners, yes. But the transmittal of an approved report would take the act of the entire commission.
Okay. And Vice Chair Devermont?
I think Commissioner Miller has a question, and then I'm happy to go.
Thanks, Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair and Chair. So some of that last dialogue, I admit, just went over my non-legal head. So let me just address a layperson's concern. I want to make sure that in this process, we don't end up in a situation where the first time the full commission gets to consider this work product, it's told SMPD and the vice chair or a committee has already endorsed this. I'm not saying that's where it's headed. I just want to say I want to make sure that that isn't an end result of the process. And secondly, I want to make sure that members of the community aren't, third or fourth place in an opportunity to weigh in a meaningful way on this complaint process. I don't want them to be third or fourth place to SMPD, third or fourth place to city administrators, third or fourth place to us, frankly. So so I'm hoping that those concerns will be addressed in whatever procedure we're following here or contemplating following. Vice Chair looks confused by my comments. If I can clarify.
I want to choose my words carefully. My committee, the Accountability Committee, it's not mine. I just chair. Has had multiple meetings over a variety of topics over a number of months. They have had many witnesses is a wrong term, but guests come. They have all asked questions, and at every single meeting, we've had public comment. Every single one. At every single meeting we've had here, we've had public comment. On top of that, I've received, and I don't know other commissioners, I'm assuming they have, multiple emails from the public. Multiple. Which have been read and addressed. The suggestion that somehow this very hard-working committee would somehow, of volunteers who have stepped up to give up their time, their know-how, and their expertise for the residents of Santa Monica, the people of Santa Monica, and would then minimize them, degrade them, devalue them by putting them third or fourth place. The bridge too far, Commissioner Miller, in my eyes. Now, hold on. I'm not done. I am not done, sir.
Let's let Vice Chair Devermont finish his remarks, and then Commissioner Miller, I'll call on you after that.
At no point will this committee, nor anyone on it, ever attempt to do what you suggest. And I hope that my guarantee to you is enough that we can move on.
Well, Vice Chair, indeed it is. And I appreciate the guarantee, and I have confidence in the good faith and inclusiveness of all of us And I'm also aware of the ability of all of us to occasionally make mistakes or oversights, okay? So I pointed out a couple of those. I've done that in good faith. And I would just come back to, again, this doesn't relate so much to the public as much as it perhaps does to your fellow commissioners. But you did say in your presentation that and I quote, sir, the commission did discover flaws relative to the complaint process. And I would just point out again, and with all respect, and I'm respecting your role and your committee's role, but I want to respect the whole commission as well. The commission, sir, has not yet found that. Okay. I want to just stay true to good process. Thank you very much.
And that is why, Commissioner Miller, it is a proposal for the commission to consider.
Very good. Thank you. I'm glad we've been able to clarify these points.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I believe we are done with this agenda item, except for Commissioner Centeno. Okay, please go ahead, Commissioner Centeno.
Thank you. Just commenting on the work of the subcommittee, and I think all the work that the subcommittee does is honing down ideas and proposals that will then come back to the general meeting and presented to the rest of the commissioners for consideration. So I don't think there's a concern or a problem with that. I also think that with regard to the question whether or not we should present recommendations or agreements working with the Santa Monica Police Department on policy changes, I think we need to. I think we're obligated to go to the city council because, again, we were tasked to make improvements as identified in the OIR report. I think this specific item was particularly identified in the OIR report, and I think we owe it to the community. We owe it to the members that brought up these concerns that we provide them with a solution and an answer and an evolution of improvement. And so, yeah, I think we are obligated to take it back to City Council. Thanks.
Okay, I saw Commissioner Palazzolo. Please go ahead. You're on mute.
Just want to thank the Vice Chair for an excellent report and make one request that when this report does come to the entire commission for its review and approval, that it gets published to us more than a day in advance so we have time to read it and study it. That's it. Thank you.
I think that's, if I may respond, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
I think that's totally fair. The committee was, although we did have a lot of time to get it done, in the end, there was a bit of a rush to get input from a variety of sources, and there were edits that were ongoing as late as suggestions poured in. But I do feel you're correct, and if we do submit to City Council, I think we'd have to have it out more than a day before. So I very much hear your concern.
Okay. I should have said at the outset when I was talking about the potential length of the meeting that my estimate was that item 10 would take about 2.5 hours. So we're just about at almost 8 o'clock, and we are still working our way through item 3. I'm not ascribing any blame because I'm the one that was responsible for many of the agenda items, but wanted to take note. So we're going to move to the next agenda item 3C, and Ms. Parson, could you call that item and then see if there's public comment?
Yep. Agenda item 3C, the commission's committee process from Commissioner Miller. With several committees now active or becoming active, it seems an opportune time to review our committee process and make sure commissioners and committee chairs' expectations are in alignment as to process. Review where we stand regarding the one commission work product to date, the 531 report. What have we learned from these experiences? How will we apply that learning to committee work moving forward? And holding for public comment. And I'm seeing none.
Okay, Commissioner Miller, why don't I pitch this to you since your name is next to this item?
Well, great. In the interest of time, I think I'll just begin by saying I very much appreciate the last discussion, and I think that the last discussion actually did raise a number of issues about how our committees function and how the work product should flow. So thank you to the Vice Chair and others for that. I'll also just briefly touch on the 531 work product produced initially by Committee Chair Scott's ad hoc committee, and then a subsequent report adopted by the full commission. And I'm aware of the fact that that work product has not been, transferred on to other important and intended authorities within the city in a formal way, including the city council, despite repeated requests that it be so submitted. So again, in the interest of time, I'll just say I continue to be very interested in the progress and process relative to the 531 action taken by this commission. I appreciate clarifications with regards to the complaint process work product that's currently being considered. And I think I will just stop there for now. Thank you. Chair Brown, it's back to you, sir.
I have it. I'm just looking to see if anyone wants to speak on this issue, and if not, we're going to move to the next agenda item, unless you have anything further to say, Commissioner Miller.
No, sir.
Okay. Let's move to agenda item 6A. Ms. Parson, can you call that item?
Yes. Item 6A, staff administrative items. Receive and file status update or staff report on the status of requests to staff to schedule meetings with City Council, City Manager, and Police Chief regarding final Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission report to City Council regarding May 31st, 2020 events, approved by Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission, November 11th, 2021.
Okay, and what's the update?
The update.
You're going to check to see if there's public comment, I guess.
Holding for public comment. Seeing none. Still
Okay.
seeing.
What is the update?
The update is that I received a memo that could be submitted with the report. The report has already been submitted, just for clarity's sake, and we are resubmitting the report with a memo from the chair directly to the council liaison for their review. I cannot schedule meetings for the full commission with council, but they can, upon receipt of your memo, take the decision to agendize the report at that moment.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I do not see any commissioners wishing to speak, so I'm going to move us to agenda item 10, and let's start with 10A. Ms. Parson, can you call that agenda item?
Item 10A, action item, Vice Chair Devermont. Discussion of city compliance with Los Angeles District Attorney's requested disclosure timeline concerning certain SMPD information, practices of City Attorney Office regarding disclosures of certain SMPD information, potential recommendations and actions regarding same. Translation services are not available, but if folks want to send information to me that want to have their comments translated, I will work it out with them.
Let me say that on that last sentence, that sentence was supposed to go with the Pier Vending item on the agenda, but got misplaced. It was my fault. Okay. You're going to see if there's public comment?
Calling for public comment now and seeing one comment from Joanne Berlin.
Yes, Ms. Berlin, please go ahead.
Yes, I don't understand why this is an issue, why there is resistance from the Santa Monica Police Department to be willing to take part in an effort.
Hey, we're doing it now. I got to move that.
Hey, Derek, you're
Well,
you're not on mute. Just a minute, Ms. Berlin. Sorry. Okay, now please go ahead.
okay.
Sorry.
I was saying, this seems like a no-brainer to me. Why would the police department not be cooperating with the attorney general, local attorney general, to get a list of police who have been found to be in egregious violation of policy or use of excessive force or whatever. But we know from past incidences in the community, the police officer that was involved, I believe, in one of the two that was involved in the Justin Palmer case, I was told, I have not checked it out, but went on to another police department after that. So I just think sometimes I don't understand the resistance to this non-compliance with the request.
Thank you. Parson, are there any others waiting for public comment?
Seeing none.
Okay, Vice Chair Devermont, I'll turn this over to you since this is your name is next to this agenda item.
Thank you kindly. So as we speak, we are awaiting, should be on very soon. Right now, as you heard me talking to them, representatives from the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office to talk about A, what is quote unquote Brady information, B, the request they have made of there is Jacobian, Deputy City Attorney Jacobian, B, what is Brady information? B, why is it important? C, what requests have the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office made of Santa Monica PD and the City Attorney's Office? And D, what has the response been? And we'll kind of go from there. So if I may, I'd like to turn it over to Jacob Yin, Deputy Los Angeles County District Attorney, Jacob Yin. And Mr. Yin, who are you here with?
Haley Singh, she's in my unit. I think she's
okay.
Probably one of these squares.
Okay, and just as he gets started, Vice Chair Devermont, why don't I delegate to you the management of this presentation so that you can.
May God have mercy on us all, but thank you so much.
I agree with that.
Mr. Yin and Ms. Singh, why don't you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. My name is Jacob Yin. I've been a prosecutor for about 25 years here in LA County, and I'm currently the deputy in charge of the Discovery Compliance Unit of the LADA's office. And we're the ones responsible for collecting this type of information and giving it to our prosecutors who need it in their prosecutions. And I'll turn it over to Haley to introduce herself.
Hi, my name is Haley Singh. I've been a deputy district attorney for 15 years, and I've been in the Discovery Compliance Unit for about 5 years. And like Jacob said, we are in charge for the whole county of Los Angeles, which is about 1,000 district attorneys, to allocate officer personnel information, and then we disperse it to all those deputies. And it's critical in the prosecution and to maintain the constitutional rights of the defendants to have any and all impeachment evidence on officers, on witnesses that we call.
Thank you, Haley. I'm going to just talk very briefly. I know that you guys are running a little bit late here, and I'm not sure how long you go, but I want to just talk briefly about some of the points that Derek asked me to speak about. And first, I'll start off with what is Brady. It's a 1963 case. I'm not going to go into the case. It talks about a prosecutor's responsibility to turn over favorable evidence on a defendant's guilt or punishment over to his attorney. Now, this duty is to disclose exculpatory evidence. And the reason why that's important for us as prosecutors is judgments can be reversed. There's sanctions that can be imposed if that information isn't turned over. And there's liability specifically to the prosecutors involved, but also for cities like Santa Monica that can be and have been sued for this information not being turned over in a timely fashion. Prosecutors have this duty because it's part of their rules of professional conduct. And in fact, a prosecutor can be intentionally found guilty of a felony if they provide or they don't provide relevant exculpatory information. So when we talk about Brady information, there's two types of information. There's exculpatory information, and that's like, let's say you find prints on a gun, it comes back to somebody else. That's exculpatory information. But what we primarily deal with is the second type of Brady information, which is impeachment information. That's information that undermines the credibility of a prosecution witness. And here we're talking about law enforcement, specifically the Santa Monica Police Department. So there's two cases I want to talk about very briefly, and it'll be important when we have the further discussion later. One is pitches, and we're going to be talking about pitches motions later. And that's a 1974 case. There's an officer bill of rights, so information in their personnel file cannot be shared, or you cannot share that information with others, and you can't get into that without a pitches motion. And this motion allows an inspection of the personnel files of an officer for misconduct. In the second case, it's what's called ALADS v. Superior Court. That's a 2019 case, very recent case. And there, law enforcement is allowed, they're permitted, they're encouraged to share this pitches type information to identify officers or witnesses on these cases, on open cases. And that goes into the policy we currently have in the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. And when we talk about Brady evidence, oftentimes people talk about moral turpitude offenses, burglary, robbery, fraud, theft, murder, sex crimes, domestic violence. We're talking about when an officer has in his or her personnel files, let's say there's an open case, a conviction, a sustained finding that he or she maybe has provided a report that was falsified in some fashion. That's information that we are legally required to know of and to share with the defense on our cases. And like I said, there is liability not only for that prosecutor, but for municipalities, for law enforcement agencies, when that information is not shared. Our current system, we have about 63 law enforcement agencies that we deal with here in LA County. And that includes large agencies like LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, Long Beach, and agencies that are on school campuses, the whole gamut. But there's about 63 agencies that we regularly deal with to collect this information, put it into our database, which is considered a work product by us, to share with our attorneys so they can then share with the defense attorneys that they're prosecuting these cases against. Now, the system that we currently have set up is, like I said, when we talked about earlier the ALADS case, we're talking about open cases. So when there's an officer in an open case in, let's say, Santa Monica Police Department, every 2 weeks, Santa Monica Police Department will get a list of officers that are witnesses on an open case. It's current. They're not some retired officer that's sitting at home or whatever. These are officers that are actively working, policing, writing reports, and whatnot. So they'll get a list of witnesses on open cases, and they're supposed to let us know when they get this list if an officer has pitches information that we need to be aware of. And if they do, they'll let us know that tip, I guess, and then we will let our prosecutors know, hey, you need to file a pitches motion to get further information, or at the very least, you need to let the defense know that they need to file a pitches motion to get further information. And once that information is obtained, it's shared with the defense if the defense didn't get it on their own, and then they will have to argue whether or not that information should come into play in their trial. And a judge will make that call. But that's information that we're legally required to obtain and also to share with the defense, the prosecution of our cases. So like I said, we are dealing with about 63 law enforcement agencies. That's tens and thousands of employee records that we're talking about. So on a regular basis, our system is set up where these agencies get this list and they're supposed to work together with us. We're considered the same prosecution team, and we're told basically that we should know about this information. So we're making every effort to collect this information, house it in the fashion that we need to house it, share it with our attorneys, then they can then share it with the defense attorneys that they're working with. I know that's a lot of information. It's a very short period of time. I don't want to take up too much time, but if you have any questions at all, either for myself, Haley is very responsible as far as working with the database, how it's set up, and working with these agencies within the county. You can ask her questions about how that's going. And whatever questions we can answer, we will answer. Of course, there might be some stuff that we can't answer, but as much as possible, we'll be as open and forthright with you as possible.
Yeah, I'd like to ask and Vice Chair Devermont, maybe you can answer it, but if not, you can send it to one of the others. I'd like to ask just the basic setup question so that we all have the same understanding of why we're having this agenda item. And that is, so what is the issue that causes you to raise this to our attention? And I guess that's to you, Vice Chair Devermont.
So maybe this is a question I can pose. So I believe that your office, through Deputy DA Ms. Duran, has made requests of Santa Monica PD to provide Brady evidence within a certain time period. And I believe that is, correct me if I'm wrong, at the time that you received the recommendation for charges. As Santa Monica PD, and I've attached documents to the agenda, has Santa Monica PD complied with your request for a timely disclosure and in a time frame that you would like?
I mean, Santa
No.
Monica, no.
Sorry, no.
So maybe.
So what Jacob explains, I'm sorry, I'm the person that sets it up, and I'm the one that sends Santa Monica PD the same request every 2 weeks. We auto-generate the same request, like Jacob said. And so what I pull every Santa Monica PD officer that has any open case within every 2 week period, because we go through a ton of cases every 2 weeks, right? So every 2 weeks I pull all Santa Monica PD officers and we put that in the Brady request. And so what we're asking for is not personnel files, nothing having to do with officer personnel files, just the Brady tip that Jacob's talking about to say whether yes or no, if any of these officers on this list who are going to be listed witnesses on cases within the next 2 weeks, do they have Brady evidence? Yes or no. That's all we're asking for. And then if it's a yes, then we can alert everybody, okay, go do your due diligence, go do your pitches motion, deal with the city attorney to get that information. But no, to this point, Santa Monica PD has not complied with giving us a yes or no or a maybe on any of the officer Brady requests that we have. And we started doing the Brady request in May of 2021, and we have not received a response from Santa Monica PD.
Okay, and let's back up a little bit. On a pitches motion, you talk about a motion just because not everybody here is a lawyer. That means that defense attorney or the prosecution or together they join, go before the court, say, we believe Brady evidence exists or pitches information. Here is an alternative fact scenario in a pitches or just the existence and the good faith belief that Brady evidence exists. The judge then has to go back privately, look at it, right, and then decide whether to turn it over. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, and so what is the advantage? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you've asked SMPD to provide the tip, which is just saying, hey, this evidence exists. You might want to or not want to go and inform and file a motion. You have asked Santa Monica PD to provide that with the recommendation of charges. Am I wrong?
It's not at the recommendation of charges. When that officer is listed as a witness for a hearing, that's when that data gets pulled, and then we ask for that. It's not necessarily at the moment that it's filed. It's when it's going to go to court and that officer is being subpoenaed for that case.
Ideally, when is the time that you would like to have that tip?
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible.
Okay.
And the reason why it has to be an active officer, there was this back and forth with the police chiefs when a system was being set up, and many of the city attorneys from various cities within the county, read into the law, and perhaps, they were probably accurate, that we had to do this on pending open cases. They had to be active witnesses. It couldn't be for, some officer that maybe was on the beat 10 years ago or something. These are officers that are active. They're making arrests. They're working, and they're testifying in court. And the defense is They need to have this information. Like I said, it doesn't just fall on the prosecutors, but law enforcement agencies get sued because this information isn't turned over. Cities get sued, and huge judgments are awarded because this information isn't being turned over. So it's pretty much in everybody's best interest to provide this information and let the attorneys be attorneys and let them litigate it, let them duke it out in court, but turn it over and then have that battle or fight.
So, Vice Chair Devermont, let me just ask you another simple clarifying question.
Sure.
The missing information is just the word yes or no? Is that correct? There's getting a list of officers, and the question that's being asked is, just tell us yes or no on this.
Yeah, I mean, the question is basically, do these officers have pitches type or Brady information in their personnel file? And the departments that have been responding, and like I said, there is a high percentage of departments in the county that are responding, upwards to like 95, 97% of departments in this county have been responding. So when they give us that tip, they can't access their personnel file to share it with us because that would go contrary to what's established in the law. So with that tip, then we go to the court and make that motion to the judge saying, we've been advised that there's something in the personnel file. And then let's say Santa Monica, their city attorney would come to court with the personnel file of that officer and share it with the judge. And the judge would see, hey, wait a minute, this needs to be shared with the defense and make that decision or that call. But we don't get that file. And it stays with the case. Even after that information is communicated to the court, our unit doesn't even get it. We just get the tip that there is pitches information in there. That information is kept in an envelope and kept with that case because it stays with that case. And unfortunately, DAs have to run another pitches motion for that same information.
And without that tip, I think you were alluding to this, with what's the benefit of it? Without that tip, we would effectively have to run a pitches motion on every single witnessed officer that we call in the County of Los Angeles. That obviously is not going to work. It's going to slow down cases, and city attorneys are not going to be able to keep up with the pace of that many pitches. So we are not. And then also, because of the law, our prosecution team is also imputed on having the knowledge of this, even though we don't have the actual knowledge, because we are law enforcement is part of the prosecution team. So if you have that knowledge and it's not being turned over, that knowledge is imputed on us, even though we don't have it. So the alternative is then we clog the courts with pitches motions on every officer that testifies.
So as prosecutors, you get a Brady hit or a Brady tip, and you possibly get that Brady evidence after a motion at either stage. Let's say it's a PC 69, resisting arrest, and you find that the officer has Brady evidence regarding excessive force. Does that determine, or do you weigh that evidence in how you dispose of the case, how you handle the case?
I'm sure, I don't want to speak for every DA in a county, but they will take that into consideration. They'll take that in consideration if they know that prior to, maybe at filing, and as the case progresses during different pretrial motions or even at trial, if they learn of this information kind of later in the game. Of course, that information is relevant because if you have, let's say, a PC-69 that you talked about, and this officer has multiple excessive force complaints or sustained findings, that would be relevant to perhaps how he acted in the investigation in that case. So, quite honestly, if an officer stops you in Santa Monica and that officer, has lied on previous reports or whatnot, that's information that you need to tell the defense. The defense needs to know that because they just do. It just makes common sense that they need to know that information. And if they don't have that information, learn of it afterwards, like I said, convictions get reversed. And if it's really bad, people get sued.
But the defendant has a constitutional right to have that impeaching information on officers that are accusing them of something. So it's not yes, it will change. It might go into our consideration for dispo and how we're going to prosecute, but it is the defendant's constitutional right to have that impeaching evidence.
And I just want to be clear. I want to be clear as to who our guests are. You guys are public defenders, right?
I'm a district attorney.
Right. You're not defense attorneys, right? Your job, your duty is you are prosecutors.
But our duty is also to protect the public's constitutional rights on both sides.
Well, and I agree with that, and thank you. But my point is, you are on the prosecution team with law enforcement. That's correct. Okay.
Correct. I mean, like I said, I spent 25 years here in the DA's office, and I was in what was before a gang unit for about 10 years. So I'm used to prosecuting murders and very heavy offenses, and I just know that this information needs to get to the people that are defending. It's got to be a fair trial. Otherwise, it's not going to help you at all. It's going to come back to bite you.
So are either of you familiar with, well, it's mentioned in ALADS, and they cite another case, I think it's Johnson, the term Brady list?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, we don't have a Brady list. We have a database that's considered work product. Like, we don't share it with the public. Okay, there is, it's called Senate Bill 1421, where certain offenses are committed by officers and that information is public. We maintain that kind of database and we share that with the public because that's public information. But a Brady list, some of that information, like I said, is protected. It's in personnel files. And there's a process by which you go through to get that information. So it can't be just published. So we don't have a list per se, but we do have a database that we use for our own purposes in prosecution, the crimes that we prosecute, that our DAs have access to.
So police departments can maintain a Brady list, and actually the Court of Appeal, I believe the language they use is laudable. Is there an advantage from your perspective, if you can comment on, as to a police department maintaining a Brady list?
I mean, like I said, I can't comment on what would be the best practice for a law enforcement agency, but of course, if they had that information, that format, it would expedite that transfer of information to us, the people that need it when we're prosecuting cases. So would it be beneficial to both sides? Ultimately, probably so. But I'm sure you're going to get a lot of people saying that, they shouldn't have a list like that.
And so you've been in the justice system a while. I'm sure you're aware that a lot of people plead at arraignment.
Correct.
Would it be helpful to either a system of fairness, justice, however you want to phrase it, for a defendant to be notified of the tip, just its existence, at arraignment? What do you think? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Haley, go ahead.
Yes, the sooner the better would benefit the defendant. But the way that we have it set up is once an officer is inputted in our system and then there is another hearing, whether it be arraignment, pre-trial, prelim, that will trigger us to pull that officer data and then send you the request. So yes, as we have it configured, it should start at arraignment and it should keep going until the end of the case. Every time that officer is called as a witness, that will continue to be requested.
Is there any reason?
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify something. I think it speaks to what you were talking about right now. It is a database, so we have this information. It's been collected. So it's not the fact that at arraignment or when subpoenas go out, we first learn of some officer. If an officer committed an offense, let's say 5 years ago, they're part of our database. So at arraignment, that offense should already be there. So we're just collecting more and more information and adding on to what we already have.
For information we don't have and anything that happens, subsequent, because we know that it does all the time. And officer personnel files change constantly.
So just two more questions. Is there any reason that you're aware of why Santa Monica PD or the city attorney's office, when the reports and the recommendation for charges are sent to you, that they couldn't also send to you the notification that there may be Brady evidence? Is there any reason that you're aware of that they couldn't do that?
When we first sent out the requests, we received a letter from Santa Monica PD saying that they were willing to cooperate and comply. And then since I believe that was May of 2021, we have not received anything subsequent.
Have you made additional requests?
Oh, sorry. I make the same request every 2 weeks with the current list of officers.
And quite honestly, it might be the case that in that 2-week period, there is nobody on the Brady list, but it's hard to believe that since May, there's absolutely nothing on any officer.
And just last question, and you may have covered it, but I just really, for the sake of this, before I go to City Attorney Lawrence, I just want to ask specifically, what can Santa Monica PD or the Santa Monica City Attorney's Office do to help correct this failure to comply with your request?
I mean, like the other agencies within the county that are complying, they can respond when we send out these requests every 2 weeks, saying yay or nay, basically. If we can get some kind of communication from Santa Monica Police Department, it would be beneficial, I think, for both our office, their agency, and the city of Santa Monica.
Thank you very much. Is there any, well, I could turn to questions from the commissioners, or I could possibly ask City Attorney Lawrence if is he on here?
Yeah, I think
this is Deputy City Attorney Brandon Ward. I believe Interim City Attorney Lawrence had to attend another meeting, but I can say on his behalf that there is no other information other than what's already been transmitted to the commission that CAO has.
So I'm not to put you on the spot, but Interim City Attorney Lawrence has attended virtually every one of our commission meetings and knew that we were going to be addressing this issue and his input was going to be requested and needed. And you're saying that this is the meeting where he couldn't make it and didn't notify anyone that he couldn't make it. Is that what I'm hearing? Not to put you on the spot, Deputy City Attorney Ward.
What I'm saying is that he has communicated that he has another meeting. He communicated that to me, so he did tell someone, and I'm now telling you.
Do you know what that meeting was?
I don't.
Well, do the commission? That's a shame.
I would suggest that Vice Chair, that we take questions from commissioners, and then,
we will. We should do public comment as well.
I think we did public comment already. So.
Oh, we did. Okay. Do any other commissioners have questions? I believe Commissioner Scott raised her hand. Commissioner Brown, do you wish to?
I think I saw Commissioner Centeno earlier, so let's do Commissioner. If I was right about that, let's do Commissioner Centeno and then Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair Brown.
Thank you. I have a question to any one of the two DAs that are here. Can you briefly, if possible, just summarize the ALADS case and lawsuit that came out of, I believe that came out of the LA Sheriff's Department wanting to comply with the Brady list, and subsequently the ALADS filed suit and it went to court and there was a finding made. Can you kind of summarize what the finding was and basically the rationale behind the finding from the judge that heard it?
Sure, I'll take a stab at it. So what had happened was Sheriff McDonald of LASD had created a Brady list, and that's how the term got coined, where he and his administration looked at personnel files, and they looked and deemed what they thought was Brady conduct among their deputies. And they wanted to turn over that list to Jackie Lacey at the time to our office, because we are a prosecution team and we prosecute cases together. ALADS, the deputy police union, filed suit on that, saying that was a violation of 832.7, which obviously it protects the officer's privacy and personnel records. That there was already an avenue to get that information, and it was pitches. And so the ALADS are saying, no, Sheriff McDonald, you can't give this list over. You got to do it through the pitches motion. So then it went all the way to California Supreme Court. California Supreme Court said, okay, we're not going to let agencies turn over lists. But what we will allow is, and we're not going to try to circumvent bad officer misconduct information. Like, we're not going to create hurdles so that the district attorney's office cannot receive that information directly from law enforcement. But instead, we will limit it to, you can get this information on a case-by-case basis. The officer has to be on a pending case, and we have to request that. And that we don't request the actual pitches file and pitches information. That will still be guarded through the rules of pitches, but that you can give us the officer's name and you can possibly give the date of misconduct, that alone would be sufficient. Not just turn over a list of bad officers that you want to subsequently terminate, but instead we can make the request on a case-by-case basis on any open case. Jacob, did I miss anything?
No, I mean, that pretty much summarizes it.
Okay, and of the 63 law enforcement agencies that are in LA County, how many agencies are complying with your request?
61.
Okay. And removing the whole discussion and argument about Brady List, does the defense still have all of the rights and privileges afforded to them by the Constitution?
Through the Brady List? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Absent this whole discussion on the Brady List, does the defense still have all of the rights and privileges afforded to them in the Constitution?
Yes. So, but the way that pitches was set up and historically has been used is it's a tool by the defense, right? The defense would file a pitches and get that officer misconduct information, right? With ALADS, it's saying the owners to get the police officer misconduct information should not just be with the defense, but that we as the prosecution should be asking this of our team and asking this of law enforcement, because we're the ones that are calling the law enforcement as officers. It shouldn't be only the duty of the defense to get that personnel information. So that's kind of where it's shifting, that it's both of our burden to get that information.
Okay, and who determines what is Brady material?
The agencies themselves have the latitude to determine what they think is Brady, but Brady versus Maryland discusses what it is. Like, it's dishonesty, it can be bias, it can be, excessive force, a pattern of excessive force. So, but ultimately the agencies determine what they say is Brady or not, and then give it to us. We'll never know what was in the personnel file to begin with, whether or not they deemed it Brady correctly.
Right, but so it's on the interpretation of each individual agency to decide whether an officer should be listed on that Brady. Is that correct?
Correct. But then it would be the judge, once the pitches motion then is filed, then it would be up to the judge to look at the personnel file to deem whether or not there was something there that would be that would qualify under disclosure under Brady.
Have you ever had an instance where an agency submitted an officer's name under the Brady list, and then once it went for discovery and review, you determined that in fact it was not Brady material or warranted?
All the time.
Didn't meet pitches.
All the time. We have in the DA's office another database. It's called ORWIT. It's the Officer and Recurrent Witness Information Tracking System. So we collect not just what we deemed as Brady evidence, but we collect other types of information. It might be a case that's been dismissed. It might be an accusation that we find out about. It might be something that there was follow-up information or appeal that was done. We collect that information. That's part of our database as well. And we share that with our DAs because they need to know. They shouldn't be surprised in court. Let's say a defense attorney stands up and say, well, officer, didn't so-and-so happen to you? And the DA will have nothing to say because he or she doesn't know anything about it. We provide all that information to our DAs so they're at least armed with this information, and they can do what are called 402 motions to keep it out. Because if it was truly something that was resolved in a different fashion, maybe it shouldn't be part of the trial. So our DA's office is not only concerned with that type of information, but also all the other stuff that's out there that potentially can be in the hands of a defense team in defending their client.
Okay, so as I understand it, and it's still kind of new to me, the decision for an officer to be placed on a Brady list is arbitrary and under interpretation of each individual agency, and that you said that there have been many, many instances where officers have been placed on this quote-unquote Brady list where, in fact, the actual material that warranted, according to the police department, to be placed on the Brady list was, in fact, didn't rise to the level of material that warranted it. I mean, is that correct?
Yeah, I want to kind of go away from the term Brady list because When we're making the request of law enforcement agencies, we're asking them if there's pitches type information that we should be aware of,
Correct.
right?
Right.
So when we get that information, then we determine what that information is, or the DA does, and then says, hey, judge, this is the information that we got. A city attorney appears and makes a pitch why it shouldn't be disclosed or whatever. And the judge makes a call, and then that information is either used or it's not used in the trial. So it's
And
not
it's
like,
not, yeah, it's not an arbitrary decision either. Like Brady versus Maryland is very clear. Like, is there some misconduct that this officer is engaged in that you have proof of that is potentially impeaching? So what would be potentially impeaching? Falsifying a document, lying about something, being like there are major discrepancies in what's on body cam and what's written in a report. So, I mean, it's not an arbitrary decision. There is latitude in how they interpret it, like whether you decide that it was excessive force with GBI or not. But there is a clear rubric of how you're supposed to look at what can be potentially impeaching in an officer's personnel file.
Okay, and so you said that the DA's office is slowly compiling a list of officers that have potential pitches information or Brady information. Is that correct?
No, we have a database that houses this information that's constantly being updated. It's not slowly compiling. We've been doing it for the last almost 9 years, where all this information that all the agencies give us, we put that in our database and then share it with all the DAs.
So you're essentially building a Brady list, one of the things that you're asking agencies to cooperate with, right?
We're building a database of officer personnel information.
Okay, how does an officer get off that list?
if the officer is in the Brady portion of our database, they could file an appeal. They can file an appeal with us, and they often do. They can come in by themselves, or they can come in with counsel to explain why he or she should be off that list.
So hold on. So the Brady list that is submitted to you is developed by the agency that the officer works for. Is he told that he's been placed on the Brady list?
Every officer that's in our database is informed that he or she's in our database.
Okay, and so
there's no secret list.
Okay,
Anybody that's in Brady or Orwitz is notified of their.
Okay, and so the officer, if he feels that he's unjustly placed on this list, there is an appeals process?
Brady, yes. Orwitz, no. Orwitz is considered informational.
Well, I don't understand Orwitz. Can you explain that?
It's called, like I said, it's called the Officer Recurrent Witness Information Tracking System. So we get information from, let's say, a DA that's in the courtroom or something that hears something, or stuff that's in the papers. It's not. There's no meat to it. It's just an allegation that's out there, or a case that's been filed but the case was dismissed. All that stuff is still relevant information that can be used in a trial, potentially by a defense attorney, if he or she maybe didn't know the whole story, correct? So they can bring it up, surprise the witness or whatnot. So all that information is housed in our database so that our DAs have access to it. Whether that information is shared with the defense is up to that DA as far as the Orwitz stuff. As far as Brady conduct, the policy in the DA's office right now is all Brady conduct and information shared with the defense, regardless, even if we don't call that witness, that information is shared with the defense because they're legally entitled to it.
Right, but the officer that is on that list stays there for his entire career.
Well, I mean, they can appeal it, and if their appeal is successful, they would be removed and then probably placed into Orwitz with an explanation or the reason why he was successful in his appeal. And like I said, it happens all the time where we get appeals from officers. But it is true, if an officer is in Brady, that will stay with them until forever.
Can that hurt an officer, let's say, later applying for a special assignment within the department that could come up, and or promotion, or even let's say an officer wants to lateral to another agency?
Well, I think that might be outside their expertise, Commissioner Centeno.
I'm just curious.
No, I totally understand. I think logically it could, but these are experts here to.
Well, I mean, I think he doesn't he have an opinion or an insight on that?
It's up to them whether they want to. It's up to them whether they want to answer. I'm not trying to shut you off. If we could try to keep it within their expertise, I would ask you.
I'm just speaking on my personal experience, okay?
Right.
I've had witnesses with Brady information that I still use in my trials. I had to rehabilitate them or whatever, or that officer had to explain his or her conduct before testifying.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, does it matter? It could matter, but what departments choose to do as far as hiring or desking an officer, that's all up to the department. And we tell, we meet with law enforcement agencies all the time. We tell them that we have no say in what you do as far as hiring or assignments or whatnot. And some DAs will choose to use an officer with Brady conduct because they have to.
Commissioner Centeno, Commissioner Scott has some questions. Do you have much more? I don't want to cut you off.
No. I just wanted to
I see
finish.
how I feel, Commissioner Devermont.
Right. No, I don't want to cut you off. I want you to feel free to ask all the questions you want. I don't want to be rude to other commissioners.
I always seem to be getting cut off here. I don't know why, but anyway.
I don't cut. Hold on. I've never cut you off, and I'm not now. I'm just asking you to be mindful of other commissioners.
Yeah. No, thank you. I'm just like to close by saying no. I want to thank the DAs for their time and really just your candor and help me understand better this whole Brady challenge that's before all agencies and with police officers. And I think I'm relieved a little bit to learn that there is an appeal process, so that an officer that is placed on it has to be stays on it for his entire career. I mean, in our judicial system, we have people go to trial, they go to jail, they get rehabilitated, they come out, their slate is clean, they've paid their civic punishment and they move on. But I was literally concerned with, in the case of police officers being placed on a Brady list, that they have no appeal process. It becomes very arbitrary and under a personal interpretation of agencies to be placed on this list. I mean, I get it. I mean, if there's an officer that's a bad officer, absolutely. I think everybody has to have a fair trial, but I just wonder, I have a lot of questions about how long officers stay on there, the arbitrariness of being placed on that, and so those are my concerns. Thanks a lot.
Commissioner Cynthia, I just want to talk briefly about just your last comments. And I could speak very frankly as far as the unit, how it's comprised right now. I can honestly say that we're very fair to officers, fair to departments, and how we handle their employees. When I say that people appeal, a lot of times that information, we ask them if we can include that information in their entry because it gives a bigger picture. And perhaps with that information, even if the officer would remain in Brady, a DA would be on with more to say, hey, judge, this officer was convicted 20 years ago of this offense. Okay, it might have been more terp 20 years ago, but look at all these commendations he got since then. Technically we have to give this information over, but I don't think it's relevant. It's almost like a different life for that officer.
Great.
So as much as possible, we're trying to be as fair to these officers as possible because we know it's their livelihood.
Very good.
So I just want to assure you that how it's comprised right now, we are trying to be very fair to these officers.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
And I just want to say again, I've said it before, Commissioner Centeno, you should have been a lawyer. Commissioner Scott, do you have questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I have a few. And this is for either Mr. Yim or Ms. Singe. Have you, and I have a couple of them, like I said, have you seen a rise in the number of officers that now appear on this list? And I'm saying, I know you said you've tracked them for the last 9 years, they're on there for 5, but I'm looking at more specifically, say, since the George Floyd case, so like from 2020 onward, have you seen a rise of more officers that now appear on this list? That's my first question. I don't know if you want me to ask the others and then you just look at them one by one. Would that help?
I don't necessarily know if it's a number of officers, like more officers that appeared because of recent misconduct or an increase in misconduct, I do believe that there is an increase of compliance and an increase of transparencies from the agencies, where they are now opening their information to us far more than they were in the last 3 years. Definitely within the last 2 years, LAPD and the Sheriff's Department, but most agencies, like we said, out of 63, 61 are in compliance. They are becoming so much more transparent than they were when I first entered this unit.
Okay, thank you for that. So then my next question is regarding the frequencies, I guess, like you said, because you did mention you've been, like, say, for example, with our agency, you've been trying since last year of May. So again, and I guess I'm just looking at some patterns. And so I'm wondering, aside from the agencies like ours who have not complied, have you seen others? Like, is there a pattern where, again, maybe this, of course, happened from 5/31 on, where there was a fluctuation of when information started to come? Perhaps, like I said, because of other incidents. I'm not being presumptuous, but I'm just saying, did you see any irregularities in the frequency of when you received these reports or compliance?
So just brief history is we always have been entitled to this information, but it wasn't until ALADS that it really created a forum or an instruction for agencies to turn this over. So definitely since 2019, it created the framework of how agencies should be turning this over. And then it wasn't until Mr. Gascon came in that we then developed this system to request Brady information every 2 weeks from every agency. So that's when it started, and that's when we received the information. So there really wasn't a way, we didn't ask in the same way that we ask now prior to 2021.
Okay, and then my final question then. So say, for example, you finally get some type of compliance, and then you discover that some of those officers have been participating in previous cases. What happens at that point?
So in our unit, when you get Brady information, if it then determines that there is Brady information, and we wouldn't get it from the Brady tip, and we actually wouldn't get it from the pitches motion, but if we receive Brady information from an agency, we do notifications on cases that have been impacted possibly from the inception of the officer being hired. Our unit then goes back and looks at every case depending on the type of misconduct, whether that misconduct is like dishonesty or bias. We will go back and look at all the cases that officer has been on and send notifications on all cases if that's necessary. If it's something like a theft or some other kind of crime, we do that usually from the date of misconduct forward.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
I had a question, if I may.
Vice Chair Devermont, why don't you go ahead and continue to...
I believe Commissioner Miller had his hand up first. Commissioner Miller, in the interest of welcoming our newest commissioner, would you mind? Thank you so much. Thank you. Commissioner Winmore, go ahead. Thank you very much, Commissioner Miller.
Hi, yes, this is Commissioner Winmore. I had a question regarding, you're talking about the SMPD not being in compliance. What compliance are you specifically referring to? Compliance with what?
It's compliance with the Brady request and it's essentially an ALADS request where every 2 weeks we compile the list of SMPD officers that are currently listed as witnesses on DA open cases and asking whether or not they have potentially impeaching or Brady information in their personnel file.
Okay, and the request is coming from based on the policies of the current district attorney?
No, that Brady requests were before Mr. Gascon ever took office. That legal requirement has been since 1963. It's just the way in which we're requesting it now, the automated requests from each agency, that's been with Mr. Gascon.
Do you have any citation for that by chance?
I can send it in the chat, or I can send it to whomever.
You can send it to Lisa Parson at santamonica.gov, and I'll send it to everyone and post it.
Are we talking about a citation for ALADS, Brady, or the policy? What are we talking?
the policy. The question is they're saying it's in compliance, and it's with compliance with their Brady requests. I was just
That's not our
asking
policy,
for the
though. That's
differentiation between the current district attorney's policy and your statutory or decisional authority that allows you to make the request, right?
our statutory obligation to make the request has been created since Brady in 1963, and then the fashion in which we request it now was constructed by the Finding It A lads, which is in 2019.
And that's 8 Cal 5th 28.
You beat me to it, Mr. Young.
Thank you. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. I thank you for letting our new commissioner go first. And I just want to tell these two deputy district attorneys I very much time. I know it's. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just wanted to, well, first I want to just acknowledge and appreciate Commissioner Devermont's both his passion and his expertise on this issue. I'm really impressed and frankly delighted by the district attorney representatives and the way that they're really speaking to the full 360 degrees of justice and not just the singular focus on winning convictions, but winning convictions that ought to be won, and making sure we don't pursue convictions if there's some some faultiness to the evidence. So I just think that's hugely comforting coming from district attorneys. I hope to hear more deputy district attorneys with that point of view and that interest. And lastly, well, when Commissioner Centeno is comforted by something, I tend to be comforted by something. And so the fact that this 30-year experienced veteran looks at the issue of the ability of an officer to have herself or himself removed from this list based on demonstrable rehabilitation or correction of a prior error. I'm really glad that that's part of the process too, and that Commissioner Centeno inquired into it. Thank you very much.
Does anybody else have any questions? Or may I release these witnesses? Lawyer jokes. Chair Brown,
Devermont, my question would be, what are you proposing we do about all this?
Are we in a study session?
No.
Okay. Well, I was hoping the Santa Monica City Attorney would be here to address this issues. In light of the fact that he's not, that's an interesting question. But I would ask this. I'm extraordinarily grateful for Deputy District Attorney Yim and Deputy District Attorney Singh for their time. I think it's unfortunate that the city attorney is not here to answer these concerns. If, God forbid, we asked you to come back very briefly for the city attorney to be here, would you, provided you had time and you weren't bogged down with the business of the county, would you be open to it?
Of course.
So what I propose then is that we put this on the agenda for the next meeting when the city attorney can come and address some of these concerns with these two fine prosecutors present. And then maybe we could learn more. But I'm open to suggestions. Commissioner Centeno?
Can we also invite representatives from the POA or their attorneys?
I believe they're here.
Are they? Okay.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe, isn't that, and I don't want to presume, but I thought I heard that is Commissioner Whittemore's profession. Am I wrong?
No, he's not. He doesn't represent the POA.
Oh, I thought he did. I apologize. Then yes, I think that is called for, and I think it's necessary.
Well, the purpose of adding the new ex officio non-voting member of the commission was to allow the POA to have a voice by being part of the decision-making process to select that positioning. So, you know, we can decide how to structure it later, but we don't have to decide that now. But
No,
I think as Commissioner Centeno would take your suggestion under advisement.
Thank you.
So that's what I would recommend. Of course, I'm open to suggestions.
Okay. Should we thank our two guests? And I really appreciate the expertise you brought and the thorough discussion. It was enlightening. I learned a lot.
I think we should give them a round of applause. Honestly, they did phenomenal, and they were enlightening. Thank you both so much. I very, very much appreciate your time and your dedication to your profession and coming to our little town and giving us your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Good night. Okay, Ms. Parson, we are now at item 10B. If you could call the agenda item and then see if there's any public comment.
Item 10B, action item, Commissioner Miller. Discussion and potential action requesting the City Council to allocate $150,000 in additional funding to the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. $100,000 would be for an independent expert or consultant to support the needs of the Commission and its committees. $50,000 would be for Commission work directed towards research on enhancement of officer wellness and mental health, and I will hold for public comment.
Before we go to public comment, may I make a quick clarification?
Sure. Well, I think we should.
Well,
I don't think we can do that. You know, she read the agenda item. Now the next step is to take public comment, and then I'll pitch it to you right after the public comment.
Okay.
And we do have at least one comment. Meredith Kuhn is our first commenter.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Meredith Kuhn, and I'm an organizer with Santa Monicans for Democracy. I'm calling in tonight to voice my support for this motion and for the one-time $150,000 additional funds for this commission. You've all been meeting for nearly 9 months, and I've watched commissioners note on numerous occasions a lack of resources. This deficiency has been evident in lack of minutes, difficulties in communication surrounding commission meetings, and more. I think Commissioner Scott put it so eloquently in the last special meeting when she said that in this moment, this commission is of tantamount importance. The work that you do, the generational impact that we're going to make, especially along the lines of addressing systemic injustices. We need unprecedented resources. I agree, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments, Ms. Parson?
I'm seeing none. Oh, sorry. Manzona Whaley.
Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Manzona Whaley, an advocate with Santa Monicans for Democracy. The requested funding for the current fiscal year to meet the needs of the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission, including research and consultants, is critical. An investment in the PSROC is an investment in the safety and well-being of Santa Monica. It is also a reflection of commitment or lack of commitment to having SMPD reflect Santa Monica values. On a recent call, the city attorney representative mentioned this commission is being supported and funded in the same way the city supports all its commissions. Commissioners challenge the adequacy of this, and I agree. This is a new commission in need of startup support, taking on unprecedented work. I encourage the commission to consider the work ahead and seek the resources needed for this work. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Parson, any other members of the public wishing to speak on this agenda item?
I am seeing none.
Okay, Commissioner Miller, your name is next to this item. Want to explain it?
Well, thank you, sir. And indeed, my name is next to it, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to it. First, a point of clarification. My intent was not to limit or direct these funds to an independent expert or consultant. The heart of this motion is that that's an option, but it would be to provide additional funding for either more access to existing employees within the city, or the bringing on of additional employees, or the bringing on of additional outside experts. I further want to clarify that this motion is not at all related to any concerns concerning our IG. I support our IG. The IG has been selected and hired, and this is not an attempt to in any way end run or circumvent the IG's role. I do think it should be noted, however, that the budget for the IG, I believe, is $125,000 a year, and that might equate at the blended rate to something on the order of about maybe 10 hours a week from the IG, which seems a bit challenging for all the startup needs and the sort of backlog of documents and various issues that have been piling up during the many months that we went without an IG. I also want to just say that I am a proud member of the Ocean Park Association. I'm not a typical member, and that the Ocean Park Association tends to be very much in line with city administration and police leadership. And I at times take a different position. But I do want to note that in my own neighborhood association, it has been brought up on a number of occasions, is this commission receiving the resources that it needs to be effective? And I think that's because the neighborhood association has heard from our commission chair and has heard from other trustworthy members of the community and people with experience in city government that the current level of support is likely not adequate to really do the job of a startup police reform and oversight commission charged with looking into so many topics of concern to the public. As a business owner and as an event producer, I'm sensitive to the bottom line. I am as a taxpayer also. I'm also sensitive, however, to the hazards of underinvestment, and there's sort of like that classic business story of the woman or man who opens up a burger stand and invests all that she can in bricks and mortar, and invests all that she can in developing the best burger and hiring the best staff, and then is just maybe a little short on money to say advertise. And how sometimes it's that additional resource, that additional ability to reach out to people, to let them know you're here, that makes the difference in an entity succeeding or failing. And so I want to say that with all of the time and effort that has been put into developing this commission and funding this commission and the courage that it took and the vision that it took, that we should just add that additional piece of additional resources so that we can do a better job of letting the community know that we're here. And when we're discussing important topics like the situation at the Pier with vendors, or the situation with Brady lists and exculpatory information and such as that, these are things that really matter to people. And we're falling short on letting people know we're here and reaching out to them and in truly engaging them, and more resources would do that. I think many of us have recognized, often members of the commission itself, the 11 or 12 of us are having difficulties with communication and keeping track of what meetings are occurring. So if we have one commissioner that has for months now had difficulty accessing her government email. There's just so many issues that just go along with us really living up to the intention behind this commission and the serious need for reform and oversight. I'll just mention also that this commission has not exactly been receiving a lot of press, but as a consequence of the chair's leadership and his calling a special meeting to highlight concerns about resources, it's a front page Santa Monica Daily Press story that says police reform commissioners concerned over roadblocks to performing their duties. And indeed we are. And we ought to be candid about that. And I'm glad that Commissioner Brown has shown leadership on this issue. I'm glad that it has been getting some press attention. But let's not approach this by drips or drabs or piecemeal or a combination of private conversations and public conversations. I think it's time to just be really forthright and clear and say, this commission is not like other commissions in this city. Most other commissions in this city, the work that they need to address is generated by external factors. Should we or should we not declare this site, a site of special significance? Should we or should we not approve this development plan? And often, most of the time, these questions or these initiatives are actually brought forth or developed by the city staff. In the case of this commission, it is largely self-generated. There is no automatic process in play here for the addressing and really deeply exploring of public safety issues that really matter to people in this city and that have on occasion famously and with great consequence gone wrong. I'll just wrap up by saying, also at an Ocean Park Association meeting, our former mayor, Kevin McCune, offered his advice in response to what he's heard from our commission chair and read in the newspapers and heard from other community members. And former Mayor Kevin McCune's advice to us was, February is an optimal month for the revisiting of funds in the current fiscal year. And he also married this fact up with the fact that the city has gratefully had income well in excess of anticipated income, and therefore is in a position to do more than it thought it could at the beginning of this fiscal year. I think hiring more police officers is on that list of priorities, and I think that's good. And I think taking steps to further instill in the community the sense that when we increase our investment in SMPD, we're also increasing the connection between SMPD and the community, the connection between SMPD and our community's values. And that was a key reason why this commission was created in the first place. I'll also just mention that I've had the opportunity to speak to a couple council members about an increase in funding, and the reception has been warm. And I'll just close by saying that in addition to this commission needing a more robust startup and greater attention, I would argue more from internal city staff than from external consumers, but the motion to specify exactly how the additional 100,000 in support of this commission would be allocated. Ideally, that's something that would be worked out by the chair and the vice chair. But the motion does seek specifically allocate $50,000 for purpose of us doing more research and more work to support officer wellness. And I'll just close again, I'll close by just reminding us, we have an unusually large percentage of the SMPD sworn officer population out on disability leave. So sorry, apologies. Out on disability leave. We have a recent cultural upheaval, a community and cultural upheaval around what occurred on 5/30 with regards to officer well-being and morale. I want us, and I would urge us to take steps to support a culture of healing, and also will support the culture of the 50% or more officers that did comply with body camera regulations and are perhaps being unfairly painted with the same brush as those that didn't. There's of course much more that can be said about the importance of additional resource allocation. I know time is tight. I appreciate everybody's patience, and thank you so much for your consideration.
Okay, I believe Ms. Parson was trying to get in, and then after that, we'll go to Commissioner Palazzolo.
No, I can wait. I was gonna try to give just a little bit of framing on the budget for the commission. So just like you have money in a for training set aside, I was trying to understand if this was a request to put more money aside, or if this was a discussion about identifying specific positions that you wanted to put out an RF. I was just trying to get specificity on what we were trying to do, in case there were other city processes that I needed to let you all know. But I can listen to the discussion and try to figure it out.
Well,
Okay, Commissioner Palazzolo, and then Commissioner Scott.
may I offer a quick response to what Lisa said? I think ultimately it would be for the city council in an actual motion to sort of drill down on the specifics of that. I would say that the intent of this motion, though, is to make $100,000 available to this commission, which, by the way, some of it could come from unspent funds and how long it took for us to actually contract and bring on board the IG. So the heart of the motion, the intention of the motion, the intention of the motion is to bring what has been private and somewhat discordant discussions out into the public and to sort of comprehensively, in a Brown-out compliant way, say this commission needs more resources to effectively do its job. So it seeks flexibility for the chair and the vice chair in collaboration with one another to determine whether it's through increased staffing or external consultants that we have more resources with which to work, with which to notify the community of our meetings, with which to do outreach, with which to do research, and with which to build a healthier and a happier Santa Monica Police Department and their relationship with the community.
Commissioner Palazzolo, and then Commissioner Scott.
Yes, I find it will be necessary for me to vote against this idea. I think if this commission focuses on what the city council intended it to focus on, we will find we have more than enough resources. We just recently got the IG on board and working. And as far as the monies to better the health and welfare of the police department, I think that is best left to the police department and not this commission.
Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Yes. So I think today's meeting was a clear, and I'll just say our previous discussions that we had, whether we were talking about vendors and the safety on the pier, and even including just this recent discussion regarding the quote-unquote pitch list. I think these are all clear indicators that we are really tapping into some issues that the community wants us to respond to, and that they're also interested in how we all can work together to reimagine policing, right? So in doing that, and thank you, Ms. Kuhn, for quoting me. I'm going to leave you with another one. As my mom would say, we have champagne dreams and beer money. So saying that is we are definitely experiencing a gap now. Having said that, perhaps there's interns or researchers. We just need the help. This is uncharted waters, and we are called to make impactful change that is a matter of public safety. We can't be, quote unquote, cutting the budget here and there to make important changes. So whether we get the resources from this new allocated, unrestricted funds, or whether, Ms. Parsons comes up with a suggestion for us tapping into interns and researchers, we just need to get the help, right? At the end of the line, we just need the help. And so, I recognize that we need the help. I recognize too, and I think Mr. Janako, our IG, said that, for him, and if we're talking about the 10 hours, he's stated similarly conversations that he wants to make the best use of his time. We want to make the best use of his time. And sometimes, and I'm sure it'll be frequently or regularly, I'll say sometimes, that best use can be allocated somewhere else with a research assistant or with someone else from the city staff that can help supplement the gap between what he can provide and also what Ms. Parsons can provide, because her bandwidth is restricted too on what she can help us with. So I just want us to all understand that there are some gaps that we need to find solutions to in order to really do what we're called to do.
So Chair Brown.
Okay, I'm going to do Commissioner Devermont and then Commissioner Centeno.
Chair Brown, as with the prior presenter, as the maker of the motion, can I have the opportunity to respond to some of these comments as they're being made?
I'll come back through to you. I'm going to go to Commissioner Devermont and then Commissioner Centeno and then Commissioner Miller.
Chair Brown, I don't mind letting Commissioner Miller go before me if he feels it's important and is compelled to do. But obviously, I leave it in your hands.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I'll be brief with it.
I think then Commissioner Centeno was up. Well, let's see if Commissioner Centeno wants to go, and if not, then we can go to you.
Commissioner Brown, Chair Brown.
Is that for real? Okay.
I'm sorry, you're preferring not to have the courtesy that the Vice Chair just offered me? Were you suggesting that not be the case here?
I saw Vice Chair's hand come up, and then I saw Commissioner Centeno's hand come up. I'm just trying to call on people in order. And this is different from the last presentation where Vice Chair Devermont had a presentation that he needed to manage. And so I delegated the calling on people to him.
I thought in addition to he was managing the calling on commissioners. I'm pretty sure that's what occurred. Okay. In any case, my comment may
wait. What you're saying that you want to go before Commissioner Centeno? Let me just ask Commissioner Centeno whether he's just willing to defer his time.
I don't have a problem. He can go. He can respond.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Miller.
Thank you so much, Commissioners Devermont and Centeno. I love Angela Scott's quote, so I want to make sure that I get the most recent one, which was we're on. Could you run that by us again?
What part? What part?
Wait. Yeah. After you're done speaking, we're going to go back to Vice Chair Devermont. Then we're going to go to Commissioner Centeno. And if you've got something important to say, please say it. And I'm sorry to be this controlling, but we've been at it for almost 4 hours. And so if you want to jump in, it can't be to ask her to repeat something she just said.
Fair enough. I think that while our aspirations may be wine and our budget beer, I think given the recent council reconsideration of the surplus, we might actually have a budget of sparkling wine or say Prosecco. So the city clearly and the council clearly has indicated, and the city manager clearly has indicated that there is capacity to increase fundings of priority matters in the city, and I would respectfully request that this commission's role and the goal of enhancing the relationship between SMPD and the community is worthy of that addition in our startup year. Thank you, commissioners, for yielding, and back to you, Chair.
Vice Chair Devermont.
Thank you, Chair. I'd love to have more resources. I think we all would. I will tell you, I think it's needed even. Maybe I've been, I don't know. Maybe my mind is locked too much in a box of local government. I think that if we approach council with the lack of specificity contained in this motion, they're not going to pass it. If we're going to pass a motion for resources, which I don't necessarily think is a bad idea, we have to really lock it down as to specifically what we're asking for, how much it's going to cost, where will this go. I've served on other commissions in Santa Monica. I've served on other commissions in Democratic Party and all over. I can tell you that we already have far more resources than any other commission, probably in the history of Santa Monica. And that's not to say, by the way, that our unique mission isn't important enough to get more resources. I think it is. I think we have to be very careful as to how we approach it, because don't think other commissions haven't noticed and haven't expressed that we get this much support, and they would also like more. But I think we have to be careful about how we approach this. I think we need to break down how we got to the numbers that we're at, right? Maybe put forward some estimates and specificity, some proposals. I do like what Commissioner Scott said about hiring an intern. And by the way, when I say an intern, I don't mean a free intern, because I don't want that. Maybe a grad student we could pay whose expertise is research. I think that could be extraordinarily beneficial to us. But I think if we're going to do this, we have to be sure to do it right, because I can just about promise you, at least for the near future, if we don't do it right and we get shut down, that's going to be the game for quite a while. So it has to be constructed very, very efficiently with precision. But I do agree that extra resources would be great and beneficial and productive. So take that for what it's worth. I will say that why somebody would vote against this, I hate to respond directly, but why somebody would vote against this commission getting more resources is troubling. I can't think why you would. But I will say that when this commission was constructed, many of the members in the current government, city council and otherwise, but specifically council, expressed to those that were appointed individually, not in combination, the idea that they would like this commission to look into officer mental health, because it is a hard job. And you do run into things that the average citizen probably doesn't. And that's going to wear on you. And that goes to officer well-being. So I think these are issues that do need to be addressed. And I would say, Commissioner Miller, I respect and greatly appreciate that you sought to designate some funds for that. I think that's a good thing. I just want to make sure that if we're going to do this, that we get it done right so that we get what we need. I hope I articulated myself well, and sorry I took up so much time. And Commissioner Centeno, I'm sorry to make you wait.
Commissioner Centeno.
Thanks. I don't have any heartburn over the increase in funding that Commissioner Miller has. I kind of do agree with Commissioner Devermont that if we are going to go before council, it would be nice to put our ducks in a row and actually allocate how we plan on what experts. But I also understand that sometimes you don't know what the road is going to take us to down as we travel on this journey of ours. My only concern is how and who decides which experts we're going to bring in to express or bring information, because you can get an expert that advocates on a certain side on a subject matter versus the other side of a subject matter. And I'd sure like to know that whatever expert we bring in is bringing in information in an objective, clear non-biased manner that presents full disclosure on all the data so that we as commission can make the best informed decision on that subject. So yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think another commissioner had their hands raised. Chair Brown, are you calling?
I didn't see who it was. Who's?
Commissioner Becerra McLaughlin.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Becerra McLaughlin, please go ahead.
Well, I was just wondering.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Parson, you did it again. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just wondering how much has already been subsidized to the Public Safety Commission, and like, how much has been spent, and like, kind of going along with like what Commissioner Devermont and Commissioner Centeno said about like properly talking about how much like everything costs. Just like, yeah. I guess how much has been spent and how much has already been allocated, and yeah.
I don't have a for that. I can offer a partial answer and see if the chair, vice chair, or anybody else has pieces of answer that they can contribute. The piece that I could say, Commissioner, is that the budget anticipated the hiring of the IG well in advance of the time that the IG was actually hired. So I think that there would already be some unspent funds available to move forward. But I don't know the annualized cost currently, or what the expenses have been from a standpoint of what's usually tracked, like budget to actuals or actuals to budget. I'm not able to answer that. Does anybody else have an answer for the commissioner on that?
I think Ms. Parson may have raised her hand. She might.
So the contract with the Inspector General is for $125,000. That is a contract, so we can't take money from that we haven't spent and use it somewhere else. Once the contract expires, we can then free up those funds, but until the contract expires, those funds are not available. There's also a $35,000 training budget for the commission, and those funds have also not largely been spent. So right now we have not received invoices for anything for this commission. There will be some training expenses that will come in the next few months as we work to get the mandatory training completed by May of 2022. But right now there have been no invoices submitted towards any of the funds that have been allocated for the commission.
Thanks very much. If I could just continue and say, in response to some of the recent comments from commissioners, I do wholeheartedly endorse the notion. I forget which commissioner said it. It may have been Vice Chair Devermont, that we need to be careful with this, and we need to be thoughtful with this. And I agree. I would also just say, I don't know that the commission was able to kind of get its hands around and be careful or be thoughtful with the details of the contract with the IG, the size of it, the number of hours that would be involved. Those things were obviously fleshed out, and they're clear, but I don't think that the commission necessarily was careful or had the capacity to be careful or thoughtful or detailed on that. I also want to just clarify, this motion is not at all suggested to reallocate funds from the IG. That's not the concept at all. The concept is to add more firepower, to add more capacity. And by the way, I'm very warm as a business person. I'm very warm to the notion of you don't necessarily need highly skilled lawyers to see to it that certain information is flowing, or that meetings are well announced, or that commissioners all have access to their government emails and such as this. And a lot of our challenges in startup are kind of internal infrastructure and relate to the point that is often made by us and sometimes made by Ms. Parson, and I think in all instances quite appropriately, which is we only have 15% of one really able employee. And I realize there's been some recent adjustments to that by council action, but by and large, this is not a staff-rich operation. If anything, I would say it is a rather staff-starved operation. So the notion of additional person power, be it more from the City Hall staff and the funds to support that, or be it through the acquiring of additional outside expertise or contract help or paid interns, I think all of those are fruitful avenues. In terms of specificity, I mean, I have one paragraph that, I could read as a potential specific motion, but I don't know if that would help us or be worth our time. I'm willing to do it if the commissioners think it would be beneficial. But by and large, this is not a massive amount of money. We're talking about $100,000 over a year and $50,000 over a year for this commission in its still startup phase to really have the resources to do proper faith to the job that we've been charged to do. And I've been hearing, we've all heard around this commission table, if you were, or virtual table, and in lots of private discussions as well, we're resource starved. We need to fix that. We need to give ourselves a fair shot. And for all the people that really worked so hard under so many difficult conditions and really showed a lot of courage to take the steps to say things need to change in Santa Monica with regards to its relationship between the police and the policed. And we want to do this. We want to do it collectively, collaboratively. We want to do it well. Let's not do it in a resource-starved way. Thank you.
Can I ask one clarifying question?
Yes, of course.
The issue of proper noticing of meetings, what does that refer to?
Oh, let me just say that I'm not suggesting that, and by the way, who was that, Ms. Parsons speaking?
That's me. Yep.
Yeah, no, I don't mean to suggest for a minute, Ms. Parson, that you or anybody else is falling short of legal requirements. We may occasionally, and things happen, but I don't think we do that regularly, or I don't think that's a systemic problem. I think a systemic problem is commissioners, other interested stakeholders, and the community at large is not hearing much from this commission. We're not putting much out there. We're not notifying the public well of our activities and of their opportunity to engage with us, and additional resources would be helpful there.
Thanks.
Well, Chair, I would ask if there's a second to a motion to put this commission on record as seeking additional funds along the lines of what's been discussed here tonight during our continued startup phase. I'd be interested to know if there's a second.
I'll second.
Well, okay. I'm assuming that you didn't actually make the motion. You talked as if you had made the motion, but so you probably should articulate what the motion is, and then we'll get the second.
Thank you so much, Chair. I move that this commission put itself on record for the benefit of the council of as a new commission that is seeking an additional $150,000 in funding during this ongoing start phase, with the specification that $100,000 of that would be used to generally enhance and support the commission's function and the publicizing of our activities, and $50,000 would be specifically allocated for our work and research on how to enhance officer wellness and the most positive and healthy culture within our police department.
Let me just ask you, I'm going to ask you to clarify that again, because when you kind of do a wind up,
you're right, I'm sorry,
undermine the motion. You say you want the commission to make some kind of statement, but that's not what you want, I don't think. So can you say it in more direct fashion?
I will try, and then if maybe the skilled lawyers on the call can help if it looks like I need it. I move that the commission put itself on record as requesting $150,000 in additional funding from the city council, recognizing that the city is currently has experienced a surplus, That $150,000 be allocated $100,000 to the general support of the commission, its functions, and publicizing of its activities, and $50,000 specifically for researching into officer wellness and reporting back to the council with proposals on enhanced officer wellness.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Scott. Is there further discussion? Commissioner Roman and then Commissioner Devermont.
Thank you. So I just had a question. When you say publicizing, Commissioner Miller, is it for PR purposes?
No, not publish. No, for purposes of just purely engagement. Purely engagement. And in fact, we're going to have an ad hoc committee that presumably will be starting up, and that would be a prime example of where some additional resources to get the word out that that committee exists, that it's seeking public participation, let the public know the kinds of issues it'll be discussing. That's my intention on the publicizing piece, not publicizing a position on any issues.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Brown.
Commissioner Vice Chair Devermont.
So I'm wondering a couple things. Is there a clearer way to communicate this to council? Should the motion be to instruct A to B to draft the proposal? I mean, to draft the proposal to council. I also don't, the amount, I know it may not seem high in light of the city, and I know we have a surplus, but I think it's worth noting that city laid off, I think, 40% of its staff. I think in various departments. I might be wrong on that. In various departments, correct me if I'm wrong. Anyway, in various departments, I think a year and a half ago. I think we had.
Go ahead, sir. I think
No. I want to hear what you. I want to hear what you have to say. Please.
I think Lisa, Ms. Parson may know better. I think the percentage you're citing is a bit high, but there were deep cuts in personnel, and the council in it at the last session was very pleased to be able to restore a considerable number of cuts. I would add, and I'm very sympathetic to the issue of the city workforce, but the sum of money we're talking about in terms of full-time employees within the city, might be taxes, benefits, etc. We might be the equivalent of about 1.5 or 2 FTEs. So I'm just suggesting, on balance, the issue of our mission versus 1.5 or 2 more FTEs at the city.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing with that. I just want to make sure that when we present it, we're perceived in the best possible light. And I think the amount might be high in light of. But Ms. Parson, if I may ask, do you know the percentage number of layoffs that occurred? It was last year or the year before, whatever it was.
In June 2020, the city laid off between 32 and 37% of all city staff. Depending on which numbers you look at. A number of departments were closed. And then in 2021, I believe we brought on maybe 4 FTEs and then a bunch of as-needed positions. The as-needed people all of our as-needed staff were let go in 2020. And then they brought back, as things reopened, as-needed staff, like crossing guards and things like that. But we are certainly not back at, our original levels by any means. And I don't know the full number of positions that were added in the mid-year budget this year, but it's not, close to 100 even.
Okay. Do you have any estimate? I don't want to put you on the spot.
Of which?
Of how far below we are from where we were, I guess.
Oh,
pre-pandemic.
I believe we laid off. We used to have 2,200 city employees, and I think last time I looked at a document from HR, we had 1,800.
We're still 600 below, which is. So I'm wondering if there's a way to craft this. Thinking maybe we could come off the number a little bit.
Well, Vice Chair Devermont, can I?
Yes.
So we have a motion that's been moved and seconded, and I would love to win your support for this motion. So would you care to offer a friendly amendment relative to the numbers or some other refinement that might?
I think it would be a substitute motion. Maybe it's a friendly. So I guess the motion would be, and I'd like to hear input as to numbers, to instruct who would draft this. Maybe that's the point. To instruct, well, I don't think we can instruct staff, but to instruct someone in this, or a few people in this commission, to draft a proposal for council's consideration, to then submit to staff for council's consideration for an increase in funds in whatever designated amount is needed to, or whatever amount is needed to hire one research intern and whatever we want to do for B. And I don't know, I don't know if that's where we need to be in the motion, but I'm thinking maybe that's where I think that maybe is the direction we should be going. And that's just discussion. I don't know if it's a friendly amendment or a substitute motion. I think it's neither. I'm open to hearing other suggestions for people who might want to make those kinds of amendments.
Okay, if that's not a proposed amendment, then I'm going to call next on Commissioner Ramirez, and then we can go back to Commissioner Miller after that.
Thank you. One of the things but I am very much in agreement on saying that we do need that funding. But like Vice Chair Devermont was saying, there's a couple of things I think, and having run a charter school for 5 years, where you're looking at funding and you're looking at how that funding is being used and projecting funding for the year, you also have to look at funds on hand. And I think one of the first pushbacks we're going to get is that $35,000 that we have there, what's earmarked for that and how that's planned on being spent. So I think we need to look at the budget that we have and if there's any plans on how that money is going to be spent so that we can already say that's why that's going to be used up for this before we start looking at how we're going to request more funds. When we request interns, then you're looking at who's going to be supervising the interns because there's also supervision that goes along with interns. And I don't know if Lisa has the ability to take on that along with their other duties.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Miller.
Thank you so much. So on the question of the 35 grand, and maybe Ms. Parson could help further illuminate that. But I think that those funds are committed for purposes of, correct me if I'm wrong, but SMPD continuing its training of the commissioners. So
no, that's not correct.
That is not correct. Okay, could you tell us what the 35K is?
Yes, as part of the ordinance, the commission was given a training budget. The training budget is equivalent to the amount spent per officer in SMPD, which was calculated at $3,082 per officer. That was multiplied by 11 commissioners and I think rounded up to get to $35,000. So that is to bring in professional training from civilian oversight bodies, racial equity experts, whoever the commission decides they would require training from. The SMPD training is at no cost.
Very good. So I suppose one point would be we should set about that. And to Commissioner Ramirez's point, I don't know if we have the ability to say, let's repurpose those funds if it was specified by ordinance. And then to Vice Chair Devermont's points, I would just say, I think we may be trading lack of specificity for lack of specificity. So my notion might lack specificity on how we would spend the money, and then your notion might lack specificity on who we would hire or how we would go about it. So I'm not sure what's the best solution, but I will suggest this. There is time sensitivity to this. So it would be good if we could reach a conclusion on this tonight. For this reason, as the former mayor indicated, and as Councilwoman Gleam Davis gave some guidance also in a public setting on how we would proceed on this. There's an opportunity still during the month of February, meaning the council's late February meeting, for issues of surplus in particular to still be okay. And then there's also so for principally for that reason, but also for the fact that we have been discussing resources and the lack of them for quite some time. So for both of those reasons, I would urge us to bring this matter to a head. And Chair, I would ask if we could please call the question.
We'll call the question when there are no more comments. So it looks like Commissioner Devermont.
I think we also have to think about the methodology that we're going to, and I'm on board for voting for an increase. I want to do it right. I think we have to think about the methodology we're going to use to convey this to council. But I would point this out with regards to amounts. I don't know if anybody caught last Tuesday's, I think it was 9-hour council meeting, but at the end of it, they fought over allocating $80,000 for their purposes to investigate themselves. Granted, I'm not telling you there wasn't a little bit of politics happening there. Clearly, I'm sure there was. To be fair, I agree, Commissioner Miller. But that was 80, which is 70 less than what we're promoting or what we're asking for. So something to think about with regards to that number.
Fair enough.
And listen, the worst they can do is say no, but I think if they do, we considered this for a long time, and that's my concern. So,
Vice Chair, even if they were to say no, it's probably better than sort of this in-between ground of continuing to circle around the issue. I mean, in a way, I'd rather have a definitive no than remain in the murky middle. But the other thing is as you pointed out, sir, that was an argument about $80,000 for a political fight. And we're much closer to kind of mom and apple pie here, right? We've got a new commission. It's broadly supported by the community. It needs a fair shot at its startup. And we're throwing in an important officer wellness piece, which I think adds balance to the proposal. But the council could always come back and reduce both numbers proportionately.
So Commissioner Miller, would you be open, or do you, because I don't want to offend or go against the maker of the motion. I want to respect you as the maker of the motion, as the commissioner who took the time to put this forward. Would you be open? Would it be acceptable? Would you be amenable to $50,000 for a research intern, a grad student, and I don't know, $30,000 for officer wellness, to get us to that 80 mark that they were kind of fighting over then? But as I said, I have deference to you on this. I really do.
Well, I appreciate that hugely. I'd be reluctant to try and pin it to the mark of the 80 when I think we can kind of identify why the 80 was so fraught with controversy. So I mean, and we're kind of significantly different in the nature of this motion. So I'm also reluctant to, just as you have some reluctance around the number, I have some reluctance around specifically saying yes, an intern, when we're not sure exactly how that would work either, or what the rules about acquiring it, hiring it, what the process would be. Does it need to be vetted? Does it need to be posted, and so on and so forth? So I would urge that maybe if it may be to our advantage to keep it as specific as it is, but preserve some generality so that it actually it has some options to implement and function. Sir, if you're more comfortable with trying to, with 75 and 50, and if that wins your vote, and if it's okay with the commissioner seconded the motion, I would have to adjust to that.
Well, set 75 towards what? So I think what is important would be to nail it down. This money goes here. This money goes here. This is towards, forget intern, research staff.
Yes.
This money, right. I think that's where we stand a chance at getting further. I don't know if we'll still get it, but I think we're more likely to get it the more concrete we are.
Well, then let's say 75 to support the general operations of this commission, which may take the form of outside consultants or increased staffing. And it's for the purpose of doing all those things we talked about. And I'm not going to throw that into the motion because I shouldn't. But
I think you should.
Well, I would
because
say,
I think if we go in there with this general purposes, we're going to get crushed. I mean, I'm telling you my opinion.
Fine. So general operation purposes of the commission.
I see you, Commissioner Centeno. I'm just waiting for them to finish this back and forth and see if we end up with some kind of amended motion, and then you'll be next.
Fair enough.
Okay, go ahead. Is someone proposing a friendly amendment to Miller's motion, or Vice Chair Devermont? Are you proposing something or not?
Okay, so let's go to Commissioner Centeno first, and then I'd like to hear his thoughts.
Okay, Commissioner Centeno, please.
No, I am in support of this motion. I think where we're getting stuck is the value or the money. So I'm even good with dropping it 75,000 or cutting it in half, 75,000 for additional funding for Public Safety Reform Oversight Commission and 50,000 for independent expert consultant to support the needs of the commission. I'm good with that too. And in fact, I'll even make that as a friendly motion amendment. I'd sure like to get this off the table so we can move on. And I really think that getting experts, we got some really hot topics, use of force being one of them. If we can bring some really good use of force experts into the dialogue of that topic and the Santa Monica Police Department's policy, I think that would really bring value. So that's my friendly amendment.
Can we restate it one more time?
Yes, exactly. Just for the clear record, what does the proposed?
My friendly amendment is to change the amounts, requesting the city council to allocate 75,000 in additional funding to the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission, and $50,000 or $50,000 of that would be for an independent expert or consultant to support the needs of the commission and its committees.
Okay, can we state it?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Did we just cut the whole amount in half, though? Commissioner Centeno, is your intention that the whole package drops from 150 to 75, or was your intention that there's a $75,000 piece and a $50,000 piece?
75 and well, I think the way you have it is 150,000 total, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's make it as $75,000 total, with 50,000 going toward experts.
So your intention is to reduce the request in half.
Right.
The question is that friendly, Mr. Miller?
So I think there's so I would accept it as friendly if the amount were $125,000 and it was 75 for purposes, 50,000 for specific focus on wellness.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
All right. Then I want to ask the seconder if that's acceptable as friendly to me.
Let me do that.
Well, I think City Attorney Ward put his hand up.
Wait a minute. So we've got Commissioner Centeno has proposed an amendment to the pending motion to change the dollar amounts to a total of 125,000, with 75,000 going towards commission needs as expressed, and 50,000 going to officer wellness as expressed. And before I ask Commissioner Miller whether he accepts that friendly amendment, I want to check in with Deputy City Attorney Ward and see if he has additional comments.
Chair Brown, you addressed my concerns, which are
Okay.
first, that the friendly amendment be restated, and second, that the seconder also approve the friendly amendment.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller, did you accept that as a friendly amendment?
I do, pending Commissioner Scott's
Well, all you have to do is accept it as first, and then we'll go to Commissioner Scott. So Commissioner Scott, are you, as the person who seconded the original motion, are you okay with the friendly amendment?
Yes, I'm okay with it.
Okay. Now, further discussion. Commissioner, Vice Chair Devermont, did you?
No, I just, can we articulate the exact phrasing of the motion just so for the record it's clear? And I mean, I want to make sure this
Commissioner
is
Miller,
right.
can you read the motion as you understand it?
I believe I could. Thank you. That the commission requests the council to make an additional allocation of $125,000 in support of this commission, and that $75,000 of that support would take the form of supporting this commission's overall infrastructure, general function efforts to engage the community in our work, and that the $50,000 would be specifically for the purpose of research and proposal developments for greater officer wellness.
Okay, now we're going to have discussion on that. And Vice Chair Devermont, did you have a comment you want to make?
No, but I'll say one thing. I think it would be good if we're going to do this, that we should direct someone to write this down and draft a proposal as to why that's necessary, to then submit to staff, who will then submit to council. I think that's inherently necessary if this is going to stand a chance of being successful. I don't think we could just go to them and say very loosely, we need $150,000 or whatever, the 125, whatever it is.
125. It's way
whatever
less
it is.
Now, sir, Vice Chair. Could we authorize the maker of the motion and the seconder and the chair and vice chair to work out that language, perhaps?
Well, I think we'd have to hear from Commissioner Cruz, but I think that would then again have to be a friendly amendment.
Well, let's go to Commissioner Cruz, and then we'll go back through as needed. Yes, sir. Commissioner Cruz, please go ahead.
Thank you. If it's okay if I receive permission just to make a brief observation on some of the discussion that's going on. Would that be okay?
Yeah, you have the floor.
Okay. All right.
You've hung in there for, we're going on 4.5 hours, which was my original prediction. I think we're going to be wrong.
Another 5 is needed.
Yes.
It's important if it's necessary. That's what commitment's about. So, in short, I'm not sure why we're hesitant in asking the city council for, X amount of monies. In fact, we should be asking for $500,000 without any reservations. We got to remember how this commission, or why this commission came about. Certainly, atrocities need to occur in order to bring attention to certain issues. Respectfully, rest assured that if we were addressing non-people of color, will we be having these discussions going back and forth in relations to how much money we are going to ask to address issues related to a specific group? Even canines or felines, I think certainly folks would be a little bit more giving at times, respectfully. I think it's important just to underscore that in terms of the purpose of this commission and some of the issues we are addressing that relate to police misconduct, we got to recognize who's impacted most, right? Who has a history of being impacted most by law enforcement, right? And perhaps, well, at least to me, that seems to be, where unconsciously or consciously, we have reservations, or some have reservations in terms of endorsing or even asking for somewhat high amount of money, which isn't that much if you factor in respectfully, the handsome salaries that a entry-level police officer makes, salaries that city workers make. Not that they don't deserve it, however, but got to remember this is a wealthy city, very wealthy. I did indicate that I've been all over the planet, and everywhere I've been, people know the 8.5-mile radius city known as Santa Monica. We shouldn't be having this discussion in terms of going back and forth, asking for respectfully crumbs. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz. Okay, there's been a motion with a friendly amendment and a second. Is there any more discussion?
So is the friendly amendment what I just talked about instructing people to draft it, or is that the?
No.
Okay, so I'd like to make a friendly amendment to the friendly amendment, instructing Commissioner Miller to draft a proposal stating the motion, the amounts, and the argument as to why it's needed.
You're on mute, Commissioner Miller, but I'll call on you first so that you can respond.
Thank you. Just clarification. Do you want me to do that alone, or should that be like me and the two commission officers, or?
Who would you like? Oh, me and Chair Brown?
Yeah, I think I'll draft it and run it by the. It's your motion, sir, but maybe you want to suggest that I draft it and run it by the two commission officers.
How do you feel about that, Chair Brown?
I'm indifferent.
Okay, then that's the motion.
So I accept that as.
I'm sorry. Vice Chair Devermont, I think you have to state clearly what it is.
No, you're correct. So I would add to the current motion that the commission instruct Commissioner Miller with the help and assistance of the chair and the vice chair, Chair George Brown and Vice Chair Derek Devermont, to draft a proposal stating the contents of the motion and the argument as to why it's necessary and needed.
Okay, Commissioner Miller, as the maker of the motion, are you accepting that as a friendly amendment?
With one clarification, Vice Chair, you sure you want that part about throwing in the rationale for why? Should it maybe be just a crisper, right? Here's the requested motion.
No, I think it's absolutely going. I think we're absolutely going to have to explain to City Council why we need an additional $125,000.
Okay, fair enough. But you want that in the motion, not as a matter
in the proposal. In the proposal, you mean?
Oh, yes, in the
yes.
proposal.
Yeah,
okay.
I think yes. That's the whole point.
If that's acceptable to me as friendly.
Okay, I need to go to Commissioner Scott as the person who seconded the most recent iteration of the motion. Do you accept that additional friendly amendment?
I accept.
Okay. Commissioner Centeno, and then now we'll have discussion. So Commissioner Centeno, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, just a point of order. So if this motion fails, does it go back to the original motion?
No, because all of the amendments have been friendly. It just goes back to nothing.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Parson, you want to call the question?
I do. The motion to request council to make an additional allocation in the amount of $125,000 with allocations of $75,000 to support general operations and increase ability to engage with the community, and $50,000 for expert research and recommendations pertaining to officer wellness, with an additional friendly amendment that the Commissioner Miller will work with the chair and vice chair to develop a written statement of purpose of the request and rationale for the request. Did I get everything?
Well done, Ms.
Very
Parson.
impressive.
I wrote a lot of versions of that, everybody.
Wow.
A lot of versions. Okay. Let's take a vote. Pardon the lullabies in the background. All right. Commissioner, I'm going to get it right. McLaughlin-Becerri.
Yes.
Yes, I got your name right. Commissioner Centeno.
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner
Yes.
Cruz. Okay. Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner Palazzolo.
No, for the reasons I previously stated.
Commissioner Rahman.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Devermont.
Yes.
And Chair Brown.
Yes.
Motion
How do we do?
passes.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Now we're going to move to agenda item 10B. Ms. Parson, can you call that agenda item and then see if there are any members of the public wishing to speak about it?
I can. Item 10C, action item. Commissioner Miller, discussion and potential action requesting City Council to revisit the name of this Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission and either reaffirm the original name with its emphasis on reform and oversight, or rename the commission in accordance with the current council's view of this commission's purpose. I am checking for public comment. And I am seeing Meredith Kuhn, though it might have been from a previous item, I'm not sure. I believe that was from a previous item. No
Okay.
comments.
So, Commissioner Miller, this one has your name next to it, and it's 10 p.m. So
Well, indeed
let's
it
see
does.
what you want to
It
do
does,
with this.
and it is. And also, well, an interesting thing happened on this agenda item, which is up against the deadline for submitting and publishing agenda items. The chair and I got our communications slightly, and I was actually still in the process of vetting this item with stakeholders, and through no fault of anybody's, it ended up appearing. I'll just say this. I think it's a worthwhile question to ponder. I also want to make clear that in suggesting this, I have no cynical view of the council as it was comprised at the time that this commission was. No cynical view of the council as it is comprised now. I do think clarity around mission is always useful. In the interest of time, I'd like to request that we table this item to the March meeting and perhaps engage in a discussion of it then.
Okay. Ms. Parson, or I should ask Deputy City Attorney Ward, do we have to vote on that? Or can we just table it without
You
objection?
can ask if there are any objections to tabling. If not,
Okay.
then
Are there any
we do so.
objections to tabling, reminding everyone that it's 10:05 p.m.? Okay, hearing none, let's move to the next agenda item. It is 10D. It's a report in. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Parson, please call 10D.
All right. Don't take my big job from me, George.
Yeah, sorry.
Item 10D, Accountability System Standing Committee, status of committee work, Vice Chair Devermont. See attachments A through D. Can I also call item 10DA, which doesn't make sense? Sorry for the numbers. 10D1.
Yeah, I suppose it's part of D.
Okay. Proposal from Inspector General to undertake a complaint investigations audit in attachment E. And I will now look for public comment. And I'm seeing none.
Okay, Commissioner, Vice Chair Devermont, this one's got your name next to it, so why don't you go ahead and introduce it? Or
So
tell us
there
what you
is,
want to tell us.
so there is a proposal attached from the IG at the back of, towards the end of the materials that were submitted. It is to do an audit of the complaints process within Santa Monica PD. I've spoken with members of Santa Monica PD very briefly about this. I haven't heard any objection to it. They can speak now if they want. I don't, if they're still around at 10 o'clock at night. I think this is a wise use of our resource of the IG. It's actually why we have the IG on board. I think he will go in and look at the various things I mentioned in the report, look at the efforts Santa Monica PD has done to reform a lot of those suggestions that I made in that the committee made in the report, and also look as to how complaints are currently being processed and whether there's room for improvement. Come back to the commission and tell us what we want and need to know, hopefully. And he is on here to discuss this. Mr. Giannaco, were you here?
Well, before we do that, let's get other commissioner comments and wait to see if they have questions of Mr. Giannaco.
Sure.
Okay. I'm sorry, Commissioner Palazzolo, please.
Wondering, can I make a motion to go forward specifically as provided for in the letter?
Yes.
At this point?
Yes, you can make that motion.
That is my motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Discussion? There appears to be no discussion. So, Ms. Parson, can you call the question?
Man, wasn't ready for you guys to go so fast. All right, let's take a vote. Let's see, just a second. Commissioner McLaughlin-Bisseri.
Sorry, I kind of missed it. What exactly are we voting on?
This is a motion to approve a proposal from the Inspector General to undertake a complaint investigations audit in support of the work of the Accountability Committee.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Centeno?
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Palazzolo made the motion.
Yes.
Commissioner Rahman?
Yes, Lisa, Ms.
There
Parson.
you are. Lisa's fine. Commissioner Ramirez?
Yes.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Vice Chair Devermont seconded the motion.
Yes. Yes.
And Chair Brown.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Let's move to, let me check with Vice Chair Devermont. Does that complete your report?
I think so. Did we take public comment?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes.
Okay, let's move to the next agenda item, which is you go ahead and read it out. It doesn't have a letter, so it's D.5.
Item D.5, with apologies again. Protest and Crowd Management System Standing Committee, status of committee work, Commissioner Scott.
Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this?
Taking a look and seeing none.
Okay, Commissioner Scott, This one has your name next to it. Please give us a report.
Yeah, so we had our first meeting on January 26th, and although we didn't have, I'll start off by saying we did have Chief Batista who graced us with his time. So we were able to dive a little bit into policies, a little bit, and I'll say it like that, a little bit into the protest policies. Not a deep dive like we would have liked, but we kind of scratched the surface, I would say, with that subject matter, as well as looking into specifically the emergency ordinance 2680 and had quite a few public comments regarding that, and then even regarding I would say experiences still from 531, because that is still an issue that is very dear to our community. So having said that, and having not had the city officials that we would like as far as having a deeper dive, and that means like a representative from our emergency ordinance, as well as our city attorney's office, we agreed to continue the subject for this upcoming month. On February 23rd, I believe is the date, we're going to take part 2 of part 1 and take a deeper dive, hoping that we can have all of the city officials that we had previously requested. Hopefully they will be available, or they will have a representative that can really walk us through what our current policies are, as well as and I'll see what regarding our current policies on lawful protests, as well as emergency response. Like, that is what we really want to get information on. What does that current policy look like, from a city official perspective, as well as the expectations from community? Like, what should we expect? How will it affect us, and what should we do to be prepared for situations like that? So that is my report. Are there any questions?
Okay, seeing none, let's move to the next agenda item, 10E. Ms. Parson, can you call that one and see if there are any members of the public wishing to speak?
I can. Item 10E, Reimagining Public Safety Standing Committee, status of committee work, Commissioner Miller.
Are there any members of the public wishing to speak?
There are not.
Okay, Commissioner Miller, please go ahead.
Well, I will be brief. Just say that in January I suffered from a terrible committee chair envy because Commissioner Scott had the police chief during her hour, and I was devoid of police chiefness. We nonetheless had an interesting initial discussion about the upcoming topics that the Reimagining Committee will be addressing, and in particular, we took some initial feedback from the community on issues of routine traffic stops and some of the merit or lack of merit in decoupling that function from the police department. We are blessed in Santa Monica to have both a police chief that is interested in reform, but also a city manager that came from the only city actually that's no longer true, that came from one of the few cities in the country to actually experiment with changing the approach to routine traffic stops. So we've extended an invitation to the chief and to the city manager to join us for a single topic discussion about the police role in routine traffic stops. And we are waiting. We understand they will be available for an evening meeting, so we're contemplating arranging a day meeting to secure the city manager and the chief's participation. In any case, we will be calling upon both internal and external experts on that topic, and we will be holding the next meeting on the same evening as Commissioner Scott's. And remind me, that was, I'm sorry, February
23rd.
Thank you so much. Happy to answer any questions.
I see Commissioner Centeno.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thanks. Just a clarification, when you say routine traffic stops, do you mean what is referred to as pretextual vehicle stops, or I'm not quite sure on what the routine is?
And I'm not sure I'm sufficiently expert on, is it entirely, definitely inclusive of pretextual traffic stops. Whether the issue is limited to pretextual traffic stops or goes beyond that, my sense is that it goes beyond that. But where it does not go is separating police departments from serious traffic related matters like a potentially intoxicated driver or somebody seeking to get away from a crime or somebody who's suspected of having committed a violent crime, etc.
Yeah, I don't think those would be. I don't think those would be considered routine.
That's right.
Exactly in the context of police work. I think that LAPD just recently revised their policy. I'd sure like to, in the spirit of transparency and gaining knowledge. Here's another example of getting expert feedback. I'd sure like to look at that policy in LAPD and see how they're modifying theirs so that it gives us a starting point.
Thanks, Commissioner. I quite agree. I don't know that LAPD has actually revised its policy. I know that LAPD is engaging in a serious review of the role of police officers in, again, routine stops, and I'm sorry I'm not able to drill down further on that definition.
Sure.
Okay, any other commissioners want to weigh in on this? Commissioner Scott.
Yeah, I just want it noted that during our meeting, of course, we also did have Jay Dinkins, who's our traffic engineer. So he was present and he was able to also field questions from our community members and us council commissioners as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. And he was terrific and really, really informative. And thank you, Lisa Parson, for referring him to my committee.
Okay, anything else on this one? Seeing none, Ms. Parson, please call the next agenda item and see if there are any members of the public wishing to speak.
Item 10F, Use of Force System Standing Committee, Status of Committee Work, report from Chair Brown. And I'm not seeing any requests for public comment.
Okay, so I'm going to assign myself to this one. On Monday, we had the first meeting of the Use of Force Systems Standing Committee, and many commissioners were there. It was well attended. We had started with a presentation from SMPD. We had Deputy Chief Jacob there, along with two other officers knowledgeable about use of force. And we decided to focus the first session on the overarching standards for when force is authorized. And then after it is authorized, what amount of force is allowed. And so we got some overview and explanations from SMPD about that. We also talked about how the policies are created in Santa Monica. We learned a little bit about the role of Lexapol and how Santa Monica interacts with Lexapol to create its use of force policies. And then after that, we had some experts from the Stanford Center for Racial Justice come and discuss a model use of force policy project that it's engaged in. And we had presentations about how that policy compares to Santa Monica's use of force policy on the two issues under consideration during the meeting. And the expectation for that committee will be that it will continue to have a systematic review of the various elements of the use of force policy in Santa Monica, both for purposes of educating the public and for allowing public and commission engagement with SMPD about the policy and any issues that arise out of it. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions. Looks like we have Commissioner Scott.
Hi, yes, thank you. And I'm sorry that I missed that, but I will definitely be in attendance at the next meeting. I just had one question regarding Lexapol and your findings with that. Are they used as a primary reference for a lot of the policies that are written through SMPD, or I'm just wondering what their role is?
Well, if Deputy Chief Jacob is on the line, he could answer that. If not, I'll give my understanding. So it would be smart if he's not on the line, so I don't begrudge him that. But generally, it appears that Santa Monica gets a lot of its policy language from the Lexapol, which is the major vendor that provides policies for many law enforcement agencies, including many in California and including Santa Monica. And we're told that Santa Monica takes the form policy and then makes its own decisions about what to include and what to change, and then has a resulting policy.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions about the use of force systems standing committee? Seeing none, let's go to the next agenda item. Ms. Parson, can you read that one?
Item 10G, action item from Commissioner Centeno. Discussion and potential action regarding requests that the Commission instruct the Inspector General to review the status of the 44 recommendations in the OIR Group report concerning the events of May 31st, 2020, and return to the Commission with a finding.
Commissioner, are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this agenda item?
I'm seeing none.
Okay, Commissioner Centeno, this has got your name next to it, so do you want to tell us what you have in mind?
Yes, thank you. I believe the council rightfully approved a very progressive ordinance with support from the community members to form this police commission. The commission was tasked to work in partnership, collaboratively and cooperatively with the Santa Monica Police Department, and I think, as expressed and demonstrated tonight, they want to do that. I believe the OIR report thoroughly investigated the failures of not only the city, but specifically the Santa Monica Police Department leading up to and during the protests of May 31st, 2020. The report identified and made 44 recommendations the city leadership needed to correct to regain the community trust in our police department and improve police transparency and also improve police accountability. At one of our last meetings, I believe it was January 20th, the Inspector General rightfully recommended that the police focus on correcting the 44 recommendations of the OIR report. He said if the department completed the recommendations, the city could be assured that it would have a quote-unquote premier police department. The Inspector General was asked how much time he would need to work with the police department, determine if it had followed up and corrected the 44 identified recommendations in the OIR report, and provide a report back to the commission. The IG said he would recommend breaking the report down into 2 or 3 sections, but he believed he could probably have some sort of report for us between 30 to 60 days. And I'll ask the IG that if I'm mistaken on the actual numbers there, you can correct me. It was recommended that this should be the direction that the commission take to fulfill its duty and obligation to the community. During that same meeting, we had a public comment portion. We had a community member share an experience she had about her daughter being struck without cause with a non-lethal police round, as well as pepper sprayed. The community member was recommended and encouraged to file a formal internal affairs complaint. Unfortunately, To date, it's my understanding she has not filed a complaint. I could see the pain in this woman's face and in her expression when she was expressing what she experienced, and I sympathize with her. I believe that it's these very types of complaints that need immediate investigative transparency so that there are no allegations of cover-up or unaccountability by our police department. I asked the Inspector General if that he could be instructed to track this police personnel complaint if she didn't in fact filed it to its conclusion. Would he be able to return and provide a report to the commission? And he replied, yes, this is the exact type of work he would have the authority to do. Unfortunately, this was not the direction that the chair took in making that recommendation or directive. I believe the mission for this organization or for this commission is clear. We need to hold the police department accountable. We need to make it more transparent. They need to revise its use of force policy to conform to contemporary police practices. And they need to correct the 44 recommendations identified in the OI report and report back to the commission and the city council. And ensure police leadership, specifically command staff, have a clearly defined continuity command procedure and robust emergency operations plan for every possible emergency operation and unusual occurrence that can threaten the public safety and interrupt public commerce. It's my understanding that the police department has already worked to correct many of these critical OIR recommendations. These corrective findings would be low-hanging fruit that the Inspector General could report on to begin the healing process needed for this community and regain public trust. I know we have a new police chief that's eager to work with the commission, and I believe we need to continue to engage with the community and ensure police accountability. So for these reasons, I'd like to put a motion on the floor to direct the IG to work with the Santa Monica Police Department in identifying and report back to us on the recommendations and corrections as identified in the OIR report.
I'll second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. So I'm going to start and say I have a few concerns about the way you framed the request, and maybe we can work through it. But so several concerns. One is that I'm not sure the Inspector General yet has seen and read the report that the Commission unanimously adopted at its November 11th meeting, which contains detailed findings and suggestions and recommendations about our view of the OIR group report and the SMPD's response and the extensive public input we received on that. And it may be a useful thing to do to ask the Inspector General to read that report and look at the work plan that we included in that report and report back to us on how the IG could be helpful in carrying out the goals that we set in that report. Another concern I have is that our report, which is in fact a response to two reports, didn't challenge the good faith of the SMPD when they said they pretty much have adopted, in their view, corrections to most of the recommendations, or they agreed that they would adopt them. But I think we recognized an important overarching flaw, perhaps in the OI group report itself and in the response and approach of the SMPD. And to me, that overarching flaw is that it has yet to engage deeply with the community about the important issues raised in that report. And that's part of what's reflected in our final report in mid-November. And what we did is we said, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to form these 6 committees. And the 6 committees are going to systematically explore these issues with a view of what's been reported in the May 31 report. And so our OIR group, for example, rightly pointed out that there were issues with the use of force policy, and that there were instances of use of force, and that the correction is to look at that stuff. And that's all fine. And the SMPD said, yes, we're going to do that. And I don't believe any of us on this commission doubts that the SMPD wants to do that. The missing piece is the engagement. And so I just kind of think it's premature to ask the IG to go and see, did SMPD go and do all the things that were in the report, when we know that they haven't done one of the most important parts, and that is to be responsive to the report that this commission unanimously adopted and engage with us on all of the issues reflected in our report. So anyways, I'll stop there and let others speak on the issue. So Commissioner Palazzolo, please.
I would like to make a substitute motion in that this commission asked the IG to familiarize himself with our report, and then to review the status of the 44 recommendations in the original OIR group report and give us a status report on what has been accomplished thus far from the standpoint of what the Santa Monica PD has done.
And so we go back to Commissioner Centeno to see whether he would accept that as either a friendly substitute, I guess, would be the question.
Either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I was going to say we could ask the IG right now. I mean, I think he's still on. If he in fact read both the reports, and could, he could tell us whether or not he's totally familiar with the OIR report or not familiar with the OIR report, and then also with the commission first report to City Council. So, I mean, I guess, can we make that question to the MP?
Let's pause and do that, and then I want to go to Deputy City Attorney Ward because I have a question for him, and then to Commissioner Scott. So, Mr. Giannacco, can you answer Commissioner Centeno's question?
Yes, I can, Chair. Commissioner Centeno, I have read the report. I'm familiar with the report, and I just want to correct one piece, and that is there was some suggestion by the chair that we had not done any community engagement. We did extensive community engagement during the time we were assigned to review the events of May 31. We had numerous town halls and broke it down to even smaller groups and talked to a number of residents of Santa Monica during that process.
Okay, and I'll just clarify that that wasn't my critique. I think our critique of somewhat of the OIR group report and of the SMPD's response is not the failure of OIR to engage with the community when it did its report, but the failure to recommend that the way SMPD needs to resolve the policy issues is deep engagement with the community, consistent with the best practices in community-oriented policing.
And Chair, I would take issue with that. If you look at some of the recommendations, it actually instructs for the recommendations for that process to actually occur. And I can go through the recommendations.
Okay, let me go to Deputy City Attorney Ward. I have a procedural question. So the person who seconded the original motion also offered a substitute motion with which the original maker accepted as friendly. So what do we do next?
If the maker of the substitute motion would like to restate that his substitute motion is in fact a friendly amendment, and if that friendly amendment is acceptable to the maker of the main motion and presumably acceptable to the seconder because he made the friendly amendment, then I believe that is the path forward.
I will go forward as a friendly amendment.
Okay, And Commissioner Centeno, you've accepted that friendly amendment.
Can you restate the friendly amendment?
Sure. Commissioner Palazzolo, you're going to have to restate it.
Okay. That the IG familiarize themselves with the commission's report dealing with the May 31st, 2020 OIR group report, and review the status of the 44 recommendations in the OIR group report concerning the events of May 31st, 2020, and return to the commission with a finding.
Can I ask a question to the IG?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Mr. Giannakko, have you familiarized yourself with the first report from the commission to City Council?
I have, Commissioner Centeno.
And you'd be able to provide a comparative analysis between what was on that report and what's in the OIR report?
If that is the commission's wish, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm willing to accept that that friendly amendment.
Okay. There's been a friendly amendment. It's been accepted. It was made by the seconder, so it's moved and seconded. Discussion, I believe Commissioner Scott was up next. Commissioner Scott, did you still want to weigh in?
I did. Thank you. I guess so. For me, I'm just really trying to get clarity on, I mean, ideally, I'm thinking, and I could be wrong, but I think that's why we have the IG is to look into this OIR report recommendations versus what, like, I'm wondering what is the difference between what he was already hired to do and giving him the direction to do it? That's my first question. My second question is, I just want to also make sure that we are not limited in scope, like going and discovering if SMPD has met all of the recommendations for based on what the OIR report said and versus upon what we said. All of that is not a silver bullet for the other issues that are at hand. It is phase one. It is step one of addressing transparency, trust, and community coalition building. These are steps. There's phases to this. Going and saying, oh yeah, we're going to write this off and they've met everything else, but the community may not be there. They may not even be aware that all of these changes have been made, nor are they quote unquote feeling all good, warm, and fuzzy that these changes are made. I just want to make sure that we're not limiting the scope of what our Inspector General is doing versus the general need of everything else that we're trying to do. And if I could just end by saying, I'm looking on our mission statement, which is to promote in partnership with the Santa Monica Police Department the best practices in community-oriented policing for the fair treatment, safety, and well-being of all, and to provide a body of work with SMPD and experts to develop, recommend, and help implement proposed reforms for handling complaints regarding SMPD conduct, including proposed reforms for the intake, review, investigation, et cetera, et cetera. It does not specifically say the OIR report. So I'm just wondering, I just want to make sure that we're not limited in scope in this direction. That's all.
Well, the fact that there's a motion to ask the IG to do something doesn't preclude the commission from asking the IG to do other things or the commission from doing all of the things that it wants to do. So if that's helpful, that would be my response.
Thank you. Yes, that is.
Can I comment?
Commissioner Centeno, and then we'll go to Commissioner Winnemore.
Yeah, to address Commissioner Scott, in no way does this limit the commission to do other work involving all of the, I think, the work that's necessary, that's been formulated by the subcommittees, and I look forward to the continued work by the subcommittees. I think that's a great way to continue going. I just think that it's important as a commission and in fulfilling the vision of the city council that we address the OIO report, address the 44 recommendations, get those on the table, wrap it up, and put it together so that I think the city deserves it. I think the city requires it of us. And so, no, it certainly doesn't limit us in my view.
Okay, further discussion? Commissioner Winnemore.
Yes, thank you. I definitely think it's within the IG's purview, and I think this is a great first step for this commission to be able to put something to the public to show what the city, what the police department has done in response to the 44 OIR recommendations. It would help to satisfy this commission's commitment to rebuilding trust between the SMPD and the community, to put out a statement from the Inspector General that would indicate, yes, these are the actions that have been taken, these are the reforms that have been implemented, this is what has been done, to let the public know that the department and this commission are working on resolving major issues like the May 31st, 2020 incidents. I think this would be good first start for this commission to reach out to the public and show an accomplishment of some kind. It's going to enhance the visibility, again, regarding the department's preparations for and response to civil unrest and to protest events in the future. And also, I think that putting out this kind of response by the Inspector General is also going to enhance the morale of the line officers who are being asked to implement these changes, which show that this commission acknowledges and applauds their efforts to make the changes that we all, as a commission and as a community, are trying to bring about through this process. So I think that this would be a good first start to be enhance visibility, enhance the morale of the department, and rebuild trust between the department and the community to show that action has been taken on the recommendations. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to add that I do believe we should be thinking of it as a interim step and a first start because I think a lot of us believe that SMPD did agree and desire to be responsive and adopt all of the recommendations. I think we also understand that as a matter of fact, the department hasn't done the work of engaging with this commission and with the community on all of those important issues, and that's a big kind of open to-do item. So what I wouldn't want to see is a report that came back and says that the department is a gold standard because of whatever they've done to date, because we know sitting here today that there's a big gap. Commissioner Scott, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to, and thank you for acknowledging me again. I just wanted to state, and I understand what you're saying, what all the commissioners are saying, Commissioner Winnemore. I agree that it is a great first step. I just want to make sure I'm clear that it's not the only step. And I think you, Chair Brown, you did state that. So that is where I'm at. I applaud it as a first step, but it's not the only step. We have a lot of steps to go. Thank you.
Hey, Commissioner Rahman.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, Chair Scott and Commissioners, if I could be excused because I have to go work a 10-hour shift at the hotel. So I'm so sorry.
Yes, we understand. Thank you.
you.
Thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, it looks like
I could just,
Commissioner Miller is trying to get attention. Commissioner Miller, please go ahead.
I was waving good night to Commissioner Roman. I'm sorry. I'm not seeking to be recognized. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, if there are no other commissioners wishing to be heard on this, Ms. Parson, can you call the question?
All right. Commissioner McLaughlin-Becerri,
Yes.
Commissioner Centeno,
yes.
Commissioner Cruz, Commissioner Cruz still with us?
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
Yes.
is that a yes? Okay. Commissioner Miller, Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Palazzolo,
Yes.
Commissioner Roman is absent, Commissioner Ramirez,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Vice Chair Devermont,
Yes.
and Chair Brown.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. How'd we do, Ms. Parson?
Wonderfully. The motion passes with just one absent commissioner.
Okay. Congratulations, everyone. Okay, now we're at agenda item 11, which is public input. And this is input on matters that are within the scope of the commission's purview, but were not on the agenda this evening. And Ms. Parson, can you see if there are members of the public who wish to speak in addition to Ms. Whittick?
All right, right now I only see Miss Whittick.
Okay. Ms. Whittick, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much for airing our challenges, warts and all, and also for doing such a great job of getting the commission to work together to do some problem solving. I stepped away to have dinner and have come back, and it's great to see that so much good work has been done. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers, Ms. Parson?
Looks like we get to go out on a high note.
Okay, let me, on the way out, recognize our mayor joined us late in the evening here. Welcome, Mayor Himmelrich. And with that, we'll say good night and goodbye, everyone.
Thanks, George. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Great work, everyone. Goodbye.
One sec. One people might have one sec.